Hey there, internet friends. Welcome to another episode of That Nerdy Site Show, a weekly podcast where the team members from That Nerdy Site get together to talk about our lives and all of the nerdy things we love about them. I'm your host, Trevor Starkey, and joining me this week for our big 2021 Game of the Year episode, we have Logan Wilkinson. How you doing, Logan?
I'm doing fantastic. It is a great new year here.
Excellent. We have Frank Bazzani. How you doing, Frank?
Doing good. I'm looking forward to chatting with y'all.
Indeed, going to be a fun one. And Cameron Abbott. How you doing, Cameron?
Hey, what's going on, nerds? Let's crack open a brewski for the new year.
There we go.
There you
go. It's unfortunately it's a work day, like it's a work evening. I have work tomorrow, so it's a
hard seltzer.
Be responsible.
Be responsible. It's a root brewski.
There you go. So yeah, we're going to be doing our big Game of the Year episode here. And just peek behind the curtain. We're probably going to be recording this on our end over 2 nights because last time we did this last year, it was a big long episode, and we didn't want to do all of that in one go this time. So there might be like a weird little cut in the middle of the episode, but I'll try and make that as seamless as possible. So we're going to be doing that's pretty much the entire focus of this. The kind of guidelines we do when we do this are we'll do kind of a round of honorable mentions, and then we'll kind of each go through our number 10s, our number 9s, our number 8s, so on and so forth. And then kind of we'll wrap up at the end, kind of tallying the point totals and identifying kind of the top 10 games for That Nerdy Site for 2021. So that we don't kind of like double dip on games over the course of the episode. If somebody kind of pulls up a game and like, oh, I had this in my honorable mentions, and somebody else has it like at number 3 on their list or something like that. Any games that we'll just kind of talk about a game at the highest point on the list. So people will jump in and be like, oh, I have that higher on the list. And we'll just kind of kick that conversation down the line.
Otherwise, last year's would have been 10 hours.
Indeed. So yeah, that's kind of what we have to look forward to here. Before we hop in, though, a little bit of housekeeping. I want to shout out our new podcast that we have over on That Nerdy Site, specifically a YouTube-only podcast this time around. Logan and I are doing kind of a watch-along of all the Bond movies from Dr. No to No Time to Die, called That Bond Show. First, by the time this episode goes live, first couple episodes will be out. You can go catch those over at youtube.com/thatnerdysite, where by the time this airs, our Dr. No and From Russia with Love episodes will be live and available for everybody. It's YouTube
Actually,
only.
by the time this goes live on Monday, so Goldfinger would probably be out that same day too.
No, it's only on Saturdays. We did a first episode on Monday to celebrate your birthday, but then it's every Saturday after that. So yeah, that's the other little bit of housekeeping. That will be a Saturday show. It's video only because it's going to be a limited run thing. So we've only got like 25 episodes of it basically in the works. So no point in kind of committing to the long-term cost of a podcast feed. But yeah, go check that out. You can download the audio from the YouTube or download the episodes and whatnot, and enjoy that if you like. Just throw us in the background.
Very exciting.
Yep. And we've recorded a handful of episodes of that so far. It's entirely possible. I know Frank is a big Bond fan as well, so it's entirely possible now that
I'd love
Frank
to have Cam on as well. Yeah.
Back, we'll eventually bring guests on to the show as well. I have layouts made for up to 5 people.
There we go. Absolutely, that'd be a great one. Yeah.
So yeah. And then just as far as this show and kind of in general, if you like what you hear, please remember to like, subscribe, rate, review, share the podcast with your friends, and all of that fun stuff. So without further ado, I will kick things off with a handful of honorable mentions that I want to give a shout out to. Entirely possible that some of these games I won't talk about too much because they might be higher on somebody's list. So let me go ahead and mark down a time code here. And first honorable mention I have that just misses my top 10 is Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy. I imagine based on conversations I've had with people that it might appear higher on somebody else's list. So I just kind of want to gauge.
I have it higher on mine.
Cool. Then
I have it higher on mine as well.
We will talk about it at a later point. Very much enjoyed the game, but yeah, just kind of just misses. Another one, I don't know if this would be on anybody's, but Final Fantasy VII Remake Intergrade, specifically the Yuffie DLC. Just wanted to give a little bit of love to that.
It's in my honorable mentions.
Yeah, it's not a huge game, obviously, because it's just a couple chapters of a DLC or whatever. But had a good time with it. It was a fun excuse to basically go back and revisit my game of the year last year. And so yeah, really enjoyed that one. And the ending of it left me continually excited for where they're going to continue taking that story in the future. Anybody else play Tome this year? TOEM?
I want to. I just didn't get to that one.
I haven't gotten to it yet.
Yeah. So this is a small little indie game where you're basically going around kind of a little land of basically various levels and stuff like that. And you're basically taking pictures and solving puzzles and going around trying to find things that like people will give you kind of like a quest of like, hey, go take a picture of a butterfly for me, and you have to go like a few screens over and find a butterfly or whatever. It was just a charming little fun puzzle game that was really fun, nice, little delightful kind of thing. So a little bit of a shout out to that, and also shout out to our friends over at Pop Agenda who worked on that game. Of course, shout out to Portillo for being a cameo in that game, because they basically the devs basically like put in every pet of like everybody who worked on the game, so you can find Portillo and other dogs and cats and stuff around the world in fun little charming stuff. Anybody else have Kena Bridge of Spirits on their list?
I do. It's in my honorable mentions though.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, we can talk about that a little bit here then. Kena Bridge of Spirits, I really enjoyed it. Solid game in that like third person action adventure genre. Beautiful visuals. I really enjoyed kind of the look of that game, and I didn't like the combat as much as I wish I would have liked it. Especially there are some times where it got like very brutal and a little bit more unforgiving than I would have liked. Especially like juxtaposed with like the Pixar or DreamWorks kind of like art style and animation style. But it also had a very beautiful story going to it. It was one of many stories about grief that I feel like I played this year. And so I really enjoyed that. And then last one I want to give a little bit of love to would be Boyfriend Dungeon, which is another one
that's higher on my list.
That's higher on your list. Cool.
Yep.
So yeah, I have like 5 other games that I'll give a shout out to when I do my eventual like top 20 of the year, but figured that was probably enough for here. So we'll kick it over to you, Cameron, next, and feel free. I know you mentioned that you had Intergrade and Kena Bridge of Spirits in your honorable mentions as well, so feel free to expound on them a little bit there if you would like, as well as anything else you have.
One of the things I think I'll start off with Intergrade. One of the things I think it did amazing was it didn't just like be like, oh, what is this character from the original game doing during this timeline? It went further than that, and it really dug deep into some really awesome side stuff that was part of the compilation project back in the 2000s. I know that a lot of people like have their feelings about Dirge of Cerberus, but Dirge of Cerberus did so much to expound upon the lore of that world, and getting like knowing that it's being tied into it and what we're getting to see here, and what we got to play through like is phenomenal. So I really appreciated like the, once again, inspired combat mechanics in regards to the like differences between Yuffie and the characters from the standard, like the regular game. Just had an absolute blast. Cannot wait to see what they have coming up next. And then for Kena Bridge of Spirits, I don't know if this one would be higher on my list. I did not put enough time into it, I feel, to give it like a true slot on my list. I will say I got through the first. I completed the first mask, if that makes any sense.
Mhm.
Um, and like it's incredibly emotional, like breaks your heart, emotional. But also is just very beautiful. Well, like beautifully designed, beautifully. The music's incredible. I would say that there is a level of the what it does extremely well is like its different like world mechanics as far as like moving around the world, doing stuff in the world, and even a lot of the combat mechanics when it comes to like some of the like non-standard parts of it.
Yeah.
I felt like, especially after I unlocked the bow, I felt like this where it really should have like that bow should have been a bigger part of it. Because the melee efforts were just very clunky.
And I would
Makes
like
any sense.
I will say as the game continues to progress, you unlock more abilities tied to your bow that very much kind of like changes up how combat feels, as well as like using the bow in in like kind of the environmental puzzles in like cool and interesting ways. So yeah, like as you get further into the game, you might have like encountered even more of those things that it sounds like you enjoy.
Yeah.
But yeah, the non-bow aspects of the combat were kind of like, okay, this is a parry dodge kind of system, which I'm not a
It's
huge
not.
fan of, and it wasn't the best version of those systems.
I couldn't figure out how to get the parry to work. Period. I just couldn't figure it out. And on top of that, I also want to say that the R2, the heavy attack, just as a standard attack that you can do, is slow, clunky, and really bad, and you should never do it unless you're using it in a specific like to do a specific move, like the rot hammer or
Mhm.
something like that. Like unless you're doing something very specific, you should never be hitting that R2 button because it is bad. um, like I felt immediately turned off by several aspects of the combat. Um, but at the same time, like there's like the puzzle aspects of the combat are phenomenal. I really think that that is like where that game shines. But it's I did not put enough time into it. And I know that as much as I really enjoyed the story of what I played so far and had fallen in love with, especially the little twins, they like absolutely broke my heart several times. Just being super adorable.
Mm-hmm.
I love this art style. I love what I'm seeing. I hope it was successful and gets more.
Yeah.
And they're able to do more and kind of take what they did here and like go back to the drawing board on some of that stuff and like make it better for a sequel. And I would be super happy with that.
Yeah.
So
It was very much one of those kinds of games of like they've got a lot of cool ideas there, and the second version of that game has the potential to be like something really special.
Mhm.
Cool. Next honorable mention from you, Kim.
oh, okay. Let's hop right into them. So I actually have quite a few of them, so I'm just gonna like go through quite a few of them here.
Okay.
So I spent the last like week burning through as many games as I could to like try to see what hit, what didn't hit, what I missed. Um, Two games like right off the bat that I'm gonna say like I really like was like I can see why they're gonna be up on people's like game of the year lists, and I think might have made mine if I had spent more time with them. Are Inscription and Loop Hero. Both of them I
Hmm.
literally picked up yesterday.
Hmm.
I have played Loop Hero has definitely got me a lot harder.
Mm-hmm.
Like, does anybody have either of those two games on their list? I should ask.
It was Loop Hero was another one of my honorable mentions, a little bit lower on my list. And
Mhm.
it's one that, like I really loved what I played with it, but I don't feel I got like far enough into the game. And it being I played it on PC. I can play it on Switch now, but I don't really feel like busting out my Switch either. So it was one of
That's
those
fair.
like it's just not where I want to play games right now. But I
Mhm.
really did enjoy what I did put into it.
Yeah, I've been playing it on PC. I absolutely like love it. I think that that is probably out of the two games I picked up, that'll be the one that I kind of like lean towards the most. Uh, like, and it probably would have made my top 10 if I had had more time to spend with it,
Mm-hmm.
which is really sad and kind of disappointing. But like for me, not the game. The game is absolutely phenomenal and has a lot of
Yeah.
depth to it that I would love to explore and I will explore later on. Inscription is one I don't know how much more time I would put into it. But I understand why it's in somebody's top 10. It is extremely stylized. It is, I think it takes a feeling a little bit that that people appreciate about the kind of like disturbed macabre aspects that people like about things like Five Nights at Freddy's, and other games in that ilk, where and it has like a fairly interesting card game system built within like kind of like a tabletop game that's going on, and that's cool. But it's also like extremely brutal, and there was a massive turnoff where essentially I hit a hard stop in the tutorial where I got like forced to lose, and that was not cool. I did not enjoy that. Yeah, it's a really interesting game that if it's on somebody's top 10, I think it deserves to be there. But even if it's their game of the year, I think that it is a game that if you felt attached to or you felt like you could really lose yourself into, it's probably a really fun one to do. Next up on my thing here is Valheim. Valheim is a cool open world game where you are building and crafting and exploring and hunting down monsters and creatures of Scandinavian lore, like from Scandinavian lore as far as like folklore and mythology. You are there on orders of Odin himself to slay a number of creatures that are destined to ignite Ragnarok, and you're there to prevent it. And so Valheim is about you building and fighting your way through that. I had a blast with it while I was playing it. Had a hard loss at one point where like unable to go back and get my stuff, and it turns out I probably should have been better about being in open water, considering the fact that this is a story about Norse mythology. So that happened. But it was a really cool game, a bit of a flash in the pan, but the multiplayer aspects I really, really, really enjoyed playing with. People like Stone Bike Mike, Jarrett John, and Mike Burgess from Irrational Passions, and like a number of other people. Like it was just a really fun game, and even though I think I've definitely like moved past it and didn't make my top 10, it was certainly a contender for most of the year.
Mm-hmm. It was so I have just real quick, I like in trying to anticipate just for the doc and stuff that I have, like I was trying to anticipate like the games that people have, and I threw it in the like master list of games because you had talked about it so much, but I was like, I feel like he was probably still a little too burned out from like having lost all of his shit and not being able to go back and like claim it again. It was very much like a Fallout or Fall Guys vibe or something like that. That I kind of ran into of like, all right, I really enjoyed it until I really didn't. So
yeah. I like that definitely is like I got like the depression of like I'd loaded all my stuff onto this boat so I could take it to a new island and like build out a base there, and then lost it all. It's like you just can't really come back from that without just starting from scratch, and that's just not something I wanted to do at the time.
Yeah.
But it was still like a really great experience. I really enjoyed it, and it came out during a really great time, like a perfect time for it. So there's that. The next up on my list is ActRaiser Renaissance. Once again, a game I probably should have put more time into and maybe would have made it higher to my list. It is like it's a remake of ActRaiser from the Super Nintendo, and this game kicks ass. It's everything people built it up to be over the years. Cannot express like how much I really enjoyed this game. But unfortunately, like I said, just didn't have enough time to put into it. Yeah.
That's great to hear. When
Yeah.
that came out and basically got like stealth dropped, I was like, oh, that's like awesome, because as a lifelong ActRaiser fan, I was like super. And then like the first things I saw were people like very like upset and frustrated with like the visual style that they went with it. And I recorded like the week it came out or whatever, I recorded a let's play of the original ActRaiser in honor of that, with the intent of like at some point picking up the ActRaiser Renaissance and going and checking that out and doing basically a comparison, and I just never got around to it. So
I can see why people might be upset about it, because they went with like the name Renaissance, and that is not just like oh hey, it's bringing it back. They went with like a Renaissance art style.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't know, but also you can't make people happy because it's not exactly the same as it was during their childhood.
Yeah, there's absolutely that. But yeah, hearing you kind of hearing it get your like seal of approval is probably enough for me to be like, oh, okay, when I am when I can pick it up on a sale or something like that, maybe I'll go check it out.
Yeah, it's super fun, like pretty inexpensive too. But overall, like I just really enjoy the mix and mash of like settlement building mixed with side scrolling action. And like the stuff works great. It plays wonderfully, and I've just really enjoyed where I was playing with it. But it just kind of got lost in the shuffle in the middle.
Yeah. Fair
Um,
enough.
After that, I have Airborne Kingdom. This one would have been in my top 10, but I've decided not to put games that didn't come out in this year in my top 10. But like that's a hard rule I'm sticking with. I have left behind some of my rules prior game of the years, but this one is in particular. If it didn't come out this year, I'm not putting it in. It came out on PC at the like literally December 17th of 2020.
Mm-hmm.
Like I could have pushed it, but I didn't want to. And at the same time, like I want to sing the praises of this game. It's an incredible game. We got a code for it, so take it as you will. But Airborne Kingdom is phenomenal between its art style, its music, the actual settlement building of like an airborne settlement
Mm-hmm.
as you're like surveying the world and gathering resources and stuff. And you like little biplanes of your gatherers as they go down and pick up stuff is fantastic.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful game, wonderful game. Loved my time with it. Cannot recommend it enough. But unfortunately didn't make the top 10 because of just, my nitpicky rules.
Yeah, that was one. When you talked about it on the podcast, I like basically like bought it immediately after and recorded a let's play of it that night, and like really enjoyed my time with it. But then there were just so many other things. I was like, I like this. I love what this game is doing. But yeah, I kind of had the same thing of like, it's a last year game. So like, if it makes anything for me, it would be my like games that didn't come out this year or that I just played for the first time this year list or whatever. And I was like.
Mhm.
Too much other stuff I want to check out right now. So, but it's definitely one I want to get back to myself.
Yep. Next up is a new game that I picked up called Settlement Survivor. It is made from the same kind of folks who made the Settlement Builder Banished, not Vanished, Banished. It is a fun game. Holy crap, this game is fun. Really, really enjoyed my time with it, but it is still like it's real buggy in certain places. But overall, it's doing a great mix of Civ type building with with areas, but at the same time doing more intricate things with it, as well as kind of like a roller coaster tycoon type of like individuals that you have living in your settlement. It's super cool. It's super fun. Like early access, so it's still buggy in places. Not as there's not enough there that I would say it's like a full release, even being in early access. Like it is definitely an early access game. So love it. Think it's phenomenal. Came out earlier this year in early access, and I've just really enjoyed my time with it, but it does not make my top 10.
Cool.
After that is Shin Megami Tensei 5. This is another game, like probably would have made my top 10 if I had been able to put more time into it. This game kicks ass as far as like it being like an old school Shin Megami Tensei game. Has enough of a like when I talked about it on the podcast previously, I definitely was like, I don't know, I'm not far enough into it because even though I'm 10 hours into it, I'm really only like 45 minutes into the story. Like that trend has continued. Like once again, like the I really enjoy the combat grinding, building out, fusing demons. Like it's super fun. But like I just did not put enough time into it. I say I'm thinking I'm probably put around 20 hours into it, but story wise, I can't say whether or not I would put it in the top 10. Because it is a Shin Megami Tensei game, which means like the story could dive bomb at any. Because they like to get real deep in some fuckery. So.
All right.
In a series where the regular thing is you kill God, the Shin Megami Tensei series can get some weird places.
Sure.
Like killing God's the normal thing.
Yeah. Any other honorable mentions? How many more are we looking at, Cam?
1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay.
Sorry. Oh no, 3. I already talked about Loop Hero. We're good.
Okay.
Next up is Mass Effect Legendary Edition. Obviously, it came out this year. I sunk a shitload of time into it, and it's definitely made me reevaluate where I personally put Mass Effect in like the legacy of that game and that franchise for me, being higher than it was before. Like getting to experience Mass Effect 3's with all of its DLC components built into the game and feeling more natural, makes that game feel extremely fleshed out, which was like my original opinion of that game is that it was a bit bare bones at several points. Getting to infuse it with all that DLC, that awesome DLC, I think it was Trevor who I was talking to, who like I got to the moment where you drop down into Leviathan DLC, and it was like a real like oh shit moment for me.
Yeah, exactly.
Um,
It was like a, oh, here's all of the lore Cameron wants about the Reapers.
yep, it's all there, and I'm like, oh, here we go. Why wasn't this in the original game? That's a problem.
Yeah.
Which it's the problem that EA BioWare was at the time. It maybe still is. We'll see. But this game, it really does encapsulate it. I didn't finish it out, which is why I didn't put it in the top 10. It definitely would have made it otherwise. Because this is just a glorious, great game franchise. And but sometimes you got to let the new games get their time to shine and get their air to breathe.
Yeah,
So.
I mean, I'll just as a quick shout out on that is like I played through all 3 games twice this year because I played through like in the lead up to the Legendary Edition. I was excited for them, and so I picked them up on Game Pass basically, and was playing through a run. And then Legendary Edition came out, and I was like, well, I want to play through them again now. And so, like, I mean, Mass Effect games are just still real good games, and this easily the like definitive way to play them. So.
Without a doubt.
Yeah.
Next up is Knockout City. Just want to be real brief and short with this game. It was a bit of a flash in the pan for a lot of people.
Okay.
I still think its style and its gameplay and what it does is extremely good. I just think that the biggest issue with this game is that there is a steep curve from people who know how to play this game, people who know how to play this game well, and people who do not know how to play this game at all. And unfortunately, I was between the first and the last one of those. Like, not saying I was one of those people who knew how to play it well. I was from people who kind of knew how to play it and like, but didn't play it well. I think it's a great game as far as like it being cool. Like, especially, I love the fact that they brought back the greaser rockabilly style of the 50s in a really interesting way, with the art style. And, if you told me, hey, Cam, you would have spent several hours in a dodgeball game, PvP game this year, I would have told you, fuck off. But they got me. They got me. They snagged me. I had enjoyed my time with it, but like thank God that game was like basically free to play. So
Cool.
And then my last one is something that probably would have made my top 10 if I had gotten to it earlier in the year, or if this game had come out. This probably would have been game of the year last year. Persona 5 Strikers. I didn't go back to it. I will eventually. But I have to say, as far as somebody who played both the Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity Musou game in comparison to the Persona 5 Strikers Musou game, there's not as much polish to the Persona 5 Strikers. The mix up of bringing in the Persona 5 combat style as far as like spells, persona, like physical action, special actions, and things like that they do work okay, but I never felt like there was as deep of a flow as I feel when I play Hyrule Warriors. So Hyrule Warriors is just extremely polished, extremely well done, and I think Persona 5 Strikers is passable as far as that goes, and it might get better as I play more of it. But the drive of that game is definitely continuing the Persona 5 story and getting back involved with those characters, and it's just I played it at a time where like I just did not have that time for that investment. But like I look forward to getting back to it and playing it more next year.
Just reminded me that came. We're recording this on Tuesday, January 4th, at least for this part of the episode, and that came to PlayStation Plus today. So
yeah, there you go.
I am literally on my phone adding it to my library as I speak.
I think it's excellent. It probably has a lot of potential later in the game, but in the early part of the game, they really want to hook you on the story aspects of it. And funny enough, like I just didn't have time to be hooked by the story aspects. Like putting that in the game of the year crunch was probably a massive disservice to it, because I know it's some people's game of the year. So
fair enough. All right,
those are my honorable mentions that I have listed.
Cool. Frank, let's kick it over to you. What do you got honorable mention wise?
Yeah, I think this year I have 2, and I know they're kind of weird because they didn't come out this year, but I just wanted to give them a shout out just because I did play them this year. And so one of them is the Yakuza series. Like I spent most of my year playing through Yakuza games, and they're all amazing.
Absolutely, king.
So I just wanted to give a shout out to that and recommend that everybody go check those out too, because I think those like go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say, like in just bouncing off of that, like I also got into a lot of the Yakuza stuff this year. I played Kiwami 1, 2, Yakuza 0, and Yakuza Like a Dragon. And Like a Dragon in particular, if I had played it last year when it came out, would have been an easy. It probably wouldn't have surpassed my overall Final Fantasy 7, and maybe not Hades either, but like it would have been in the top 5 last year. I really had a great time with that game. So absolute great call for a shout out on that one.
I love that me and Cameron are slowly just making that nerdy site a Yakuza website, and I'm here for it. It's great stuff.
Listen, man, I was a Yakuza fan without ever playing the games. I started playing the games, and it's like this site will one day be like. Don't get me wrong. One day we will all take
playing
a
the
trip.
long con.
Yeah, we're about to take a trip all out to Disneyland in a couple weeks. On top of that, like. One day we will all take a trip to Tokyo. We will find an old man tattoo artist, and we will all be getting Yakuza style tattoos on our backs.
The dragon.
It's my dream.
Back.
Mark my words.
Here we go. All right, I love the vision.
Question: do I go with dragon or do I go with the koi who becomes the dragon through an arduous process?
I mean, yeah, I feel like I would want to go with the dragon fish a la Ichiban, as long as I can put pixel glasses on over the dragonfish's eyes.
I'm gonna be honest with you. Probably not. These old guys don't play that.
Well,
I don't think they play that.
Then I'll get like that part of the tattoo with them, and then I'll come back to the States and get some guy down the street or something to just like do the glasses over it.
Yeah.
Probably can. Just probably would be able to do that. But yeah, one day we will all get Yakuza tattoos on our backs. Like
love this vision.
I'm not saying I'm the dragon of that nerdy site. But
But someone is saying it.
Somebody out there's thinking it.
Someone's out there thinking it.
Or maybe
I respect that.
Maybe instead of like the full pixel glasses, I'll just do like a pixelated eye patch a la Majima.
Oh, there you go.
There you go.
Perfect.
There you go.
Majima. Oh man, do I go Oni as for? There's so many options you can do with those tattoos. Anyway, if they even let us get them.
So I jumped on your love of Yakuza there, Frank. So I give the floor back to you to like talk about your enjoyment of it this year.
Oh yeah, no, it's all good. But that's why I love all the love that I think we all kind of have for it now. And like I think Logan said, like we're just gonna turn it into like the whole website. I guess it'll just be like a Yakuza fan site. But it's so good because I love it's goofy and it's funny and it's weird, but it's also incredibly serious and like the actual like main story is played so dramatically and it's actually really well done and really well acted. And like there's so much like I would love to see like a Yakuza adaptation. Like if like there was like a show where you could just turn it on and watch the Yakuza story, and I wish I could share it with like so many more people who aren't going to play the game. But like this story I think is just amazing, and I think it has so many great characters, and they always impress me playing all these games, especially back to back, of like how they add new things. Like they're constantly adding new gameplay ideas and new weird mini games, and also like new characters and then they make me care about all the new people. And like I feel like these are all things that are really hard to do that they have just like mastered, and they do like it's like not even anything to them. And that's why I'm excited to keep playing like these Yakuza games and even these like Judgment and Lost Judgment and stuff like that.
Very cool. What's your other
and
one?
Then my other one in kind of a weird similar vein is the Metal Gear Solid series. So this is a new one for me where now I'm a Metal Gear fan. I have watched most of the games now, and I played I played Ground Zeroes and 5 back in the day when they came out, and then now I've gone 1 through 4, and then also Peace Walker. And like, man, I love Metal Gear. Metal Gear is incredible, and especially I have such a huge love and respect for Hideo Kojima now. Like, it's not like I ever disliked him, but I was like, man, now I get it. Like, that dude is legit a genius, and like, especially from going way back in the day, he's like on another level of like pushing things forward and things that like are in Metal Gear 2 that like isn't from 2001, or like things that are in modern games that like it's just insane that like, oh, this is things that people were introducing like a couple years ago in their games, and he had this in 2001. And I'm like, yeah, I huge love for that guy too.
Yeah, when he hits, he hits. When he misses, oh boy, it's a big miss. But as somebody who deeply loved and appreciated Death Stranding, I appreciate your love for it. However, I noticed there was a missing title that you were listing off, and that is potentially, in some people's opinion, the greatest of Metal Gear games, because it was actually developed by Platinum Games in hand with Kojima as Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance.
Mm.
It's not on my list, but did I reinstall it and play it after the hype that was kind of funny? Barrett and Mike playing through the games. Yes, yes, I did.
I'm excited to get to that one, and that's one I might actually even go play because I love character action games and like platinum stuff. So
It's
like
so good.
I might go actually
So
just
good.
play that one. But
It's so
yeah, that
good.
and I'm excited to see more about Raiden because he has a really weird, messed up story.
Oh, it gets, yeah, it gets real messed up.
All
Because
right.
It's good
even
stuff. It's good stuff. But also, it deals a lot with the aftermath of Metal Gear Solid 4,
mm,
because that's the end of Snake's journey.
yeah,
But there's still going to be fallout and problems from the end of what happens in Metal Gear Solid 4. And so Raiden is kind of left as being kind of like in a position to try to help things and make things better in recovery from that. But it kind of shows like also the other side of it, which is what's going to happen to the people who were profiting and enjoying the things like the war economy, and what are their opinions, what are they going to do about it. And so it deals a lot with that on a top level, but on a more like ground level it deals with awesome action stuff that is just great. Thunderbolt action, that's what that game's about.
All right. Any other honorable mentions there, Frank, or just your kind of like catch ups from prior years there?
just that because then even the other ones that come to mind are just other catch ups like Final Fantasy VII Remake or Hades, and I don't want to spend too much time on those, but they're both great games that I finally got to this year, and so yeah, they would have been on my game of the year last year if I had got to them.
Yeah. And I think wasn't Ghost also one that you got to like it was on your game of the list year or game of the year list last year, but like super high up or something like that because you hadn't put too much time into it, and then like right off the bat this year you're like, oh, that's like a really fucking good game. So it's good we made it our game of
Yeah,
the year last year.
Yep.
Right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
totally. Yeah, no, because I love that game. That game is like outstanding, and I can't wait to. I want to do the new DLC, the Iki Island stuff they came out with, and I'll go back and replay the whole game. Like that's a great game, and it plays
Yeah,
amazingly.
absolutely.
It is like the new definitive version is phenomenal. PS5.
Very
Um,
cool.
like it's extremely like the way that they've done it better is, especially visual wise, is extremely great.
All right. Well, speaking of last year's game of the year, it was also Logan's game of the year last year. So, Logan, kick us off with any honorable mentions that you have for this year.
I've got three. Cameron actually took one of mine, which is Knockout City. I only played this game whenever I would hang out with a buddy of mine. But I mean, I think Cameron kind of described it pretty well, right? Of like, I understand how the game works. It doesn't make me good at it necessarily. And it's one that I didn't sink that much time into. But I think I think it's fun. And it's a great, I think, game to play just like with a buddy, right? And just enjoy that way. Just want to give a brief shout out to that. And then the other two, the first one is a game I just want to dunk on a little bit, so that's what I'm going to do, which is NBA 2K. I think I talked to Trevor a little bit about this. It's terrible. It's just objectively not a good video game. And it's so interesting as someone who loves sports games, right, and plays sports games, like kind of alternates every other year kind of thing. But I hadn't gotten to an NBA game probably in 5 years. It had been a long time for the NBA games. I'd focused more on like FIFA and MLB The Show. And so to swing back around to an NBA 2K game again, since like the first time since like 2017, it's like, oh man, this is just a hollow husk of what the series once was. It is like, especially like if you try to do like the story mode, it is just like microtransactions, buy shit, dude. Like this, like it's just crazy.
How many
then,
games though do you get to hang out with Jake from
Oh my
from
God.
State Farm?
It's so bizarre. Like that, like I don't know how you would make that not a bizarre moment in game, but it's super bizarre. And like all of that would actually ultimately be fine if it wasn't for the fact that the game plays terrible. Like I've been playing video games for 25 years at this point, 26 years, whatever it is. And I've played sports games for pretty much just as long as that. When I tell you I was going like 1 for 12, like shooting the ball from like anywhere on the court, I was like, this seems like it's not a me problem, but it's your game like play mechanics are just not good for shooting a basketball, right? And like defense is like super bizarre. like Byzantine controls as well. And I was like, I feel like I cannot be crazy. And so like I went and downloaded NBA Live 2018, just to be like, let me get like one of the old games I played and see how I do on that. And it was like, oh yeah, I immediately was like doing good, right? And like back in the rhythm again. It was like, it's just the way that they have like the shot mechanic go and how it's timed and how heavily they factor someone being within like a 5-foot radius of you at all, affecting the shot. Like, it's just not fun. It's not enjoyable. And then you get to like the career mode stuff. It takes so long to play an actual basketball game in career mode. It is absurd. Yeah, they try to make it like an open world MMO almost basketball career mode. And it's like, I just want to play some basketball games. So I just wanted to dunk on NBA 2K22 for being what not to do with a sports game. And NBA Live 2018, I guess, for how to do it well. In addition to FIFA, I guess I have 4. FIFA is FIFA. It's still fun, still great. I don't know if it's aged. I think the series is kind of like held kind of static and plateaued a little bit the last few years, but it's still better than a lot of sports games. It's just always a great one to hop into. The other game I want to give an honorable mention shout out to is, I always get this wrong, but I'm going to nail it this time. Maquette, right? The puzzle game. I think I got it right that time.
I have that higher on my list.
Oh.
This is just an honorable mention because I literally just started playing that in the end of the year wrap up here, because I'd had it downloaded for my PS Plus for 9 months, whatever it's been, 10 months. So I'm literally only like half an hour to an hour into the game. But if nothing else, I think it's a really cool idea. And as someone who's not good at puzzle games, I don't know how well I will do as I get further into it, how like much of a spike there will be. But I'm definitely really intrigued by it. And it could be hitting me at the right time where like I'm kind of in the mood for something like this. But yeah, I just want to give a shout out to that as well. And I will also preface this before we kind of circle around for top 10s. I do have 2 games in my top 10 that did not come out this year. I made it a point to say that neither is in my top 4. I have one of them in my top 5 just because it was so fucking good. But I do have 2 games not from this year in my top 10 for the first time, just because they were so stand out.
Yeah,
and this is a weird year, I think. Neither one's my game of the year or top 3, so I felt it was fine.
Yeah,
it's my rules. I can do whatever the hell I want.
Yeah, I'll kind of echo. Like, we don't really have like any hard and fast rules on that. It's just like some of us have like that kind of like personal preference of like, well,
sure,
I want to
which
celebrate.
is what I've always done in the past.
Yeah,
but it's like, these games are too good. I want to.
Yeah. As we talked, and we'll talk a little bit more about Maquette when we get to it in your list there, Frank. But it was one of my honorable mentions as well. I also want to give an honorable mention to, just because it was one I played through half of with Logan. Operation Tango was
yes, absolutely,
was a lot of fun, but we never actually finished it. Like, we were doing some Let's Plays on it, and then like at one point, like, we just weren't able to get the Let's Play footage going.
I would love to finish it.
And then we just never circled back around to the game. So.
But that's not couch co-op, obviously.
Yeah. But
cool. It's a great game. I would love to finish that with you. That would honestly, if I had thought about that, that could have easily probably knocked off the game that's number 10 if we had finished that on my list. Yeah. Like, Operation Tango is great. I will absolutely add like an extra thing onto that. That game is a ton of fun. Absolutely, like, it's an honorable mention for me as well. Even not finishing it, I enjoy it more than what number 10 is on my list. But yeah, Operation Tango is great. And I would love to see that finished out. That's it. Yeah. Me and Trevor will talk off air about that. That's a great video game.
Yeah. All right. Moving into our top 10. I think this may be a short entry for me, because I imagine it is higher up on at least somebody's list. My number 10 is Emily is Away 3.
Yeah, it's higher
on mine.
Higher on my list, yeah.
Yep. I made the prediction like 7 months ago that this has the absolute potential to be like the overall Sites game of the year, because like I know we all enjoyed it.
It's also a weird year for games where I feel like there are a lot of not huge heavy hitters, so something like that could do really well as well.
And just knowing like it was like, I very much love that game, and again we'll discuss it more, but as the year continued on, there was just so many other things that as I was looking back, I was like, I still want to give some love to it, but found some other games that kind of surpassed it across the year. But so Emily is Way is my number 10. We will circle back around to that at some point in the future, potentially up to 3 more times. We will circle back around to that one, depending on who has it highest on their list. So Cameron, hit us with your number 10.
My number 10 is going to be Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy.
I have that a little bit higher on mine.
All right, fair enough.
All right.
We'll still get to it this episode.
Spoiler alert.
All right. Good to know. Then Frank, hit us with your number 10.
Yeah, so my number 10 is actually going to be Maquette. And so it kind of just barely kind of made it in and kind of made it out of that honorable mention Tory. And if there's a couple games I missed this year, and if I got to those, it probably would have knocked it off the list. But I was actually really surprised by it because I think Logan and I are kind of on the same page, even though I finished the whole game, where it's just a really cool idea and like a really cool concept. And there's a lot of really cool puzzle ideas with the fact that it's kind of based around that there's like this small diorama of the world in the middle of the world. And then you can actually go like walk through the actual world. And then if you drop something and put it in the diorama, it'll become small, like in the world, wherever it is. And if you take something out of the diorama and drop it next to you, it becomes giant because now it's like in the real world. And so it's a lot of like perspective based puzzle solving. And it's weird because like I played Superliminal earlier this year, which is another perspective based puzzle solving game. And to be honest with you, I think that one is a little bit better. And I think does kind of the puzzles a lot better. And they just are more fun and more like you have to kind of break your brain to think about it. But what made me really like Maquette is that it actually has like a really nice, deep like love story that's kind of like sewn into it. Mm-hmm. And I didn't really expect that going in. And so that was kind of a nice surprise. And that actually I thought hit really well. And I was almost like wanting to get through the puzzles just to hear more about this like kind of like love story that's kind of going on. And then the music in Maquette is also really, really, really good. Like that, I remember having just a good time kind of jamming out to some of that music while you walk around. Because it's kind of like Gone Home walking simulator almost. But it was a really fun game. And since it was on PS Plus, if anybody redeemed it and hasn't checked it out, it's probably worth just checking out for at least a little bit.
Yeah, it was let's see, in my like overall top 20, it's sitting at number 16. So just missed basically like the 5 that I kind of celebrated here. But yeah, I really enjoyed it as well. And I also like played some Superliminal like late last year. Both of those games were like things that caught my eye at PAXs in years past. And so like it was fun to finally get to go like hands on with them. And I will agree that with you, Frank, I think I liked the puzzles of Superliminal a little bit better, especially as a big Portal fanboy and stuff. And the like because the puzzles in Superliminal like are I think a little bit more varied than. Largely the puzzles in Maquette kind of are building or banking on that like okay you need to change your perspective and you need to change like the size of these items based on what you need to do with them and stuff, but the little love story that is kind of told over the course of that game is something that I also was not expecting going into it, and I think was a fun extra layer of that game. And just the way it's told, kind of like it could be an interesting story completely outside of the puzzles themselves, but how they kind of use the puzzles to tie into the story as the arc kind of changes and grows, and how that changes the Maquette over the course of the game is I think an interesting little element there. So yeah, shout out to Maquette. Any final thoughts from you there on it, Logan, since it was also your honorable mention?
Nope. I'm excited to play more of it. It's one I've kind of had on the back burner all year long, so I'm excited to kind of dive through it more. And it's kind of a good palate cleanser as I kind of bounce through that real quick while also going through Deathloop, which we'll get to later.
Cool.
Yeah.
Real quick, Frank, one last question for you. Did you bother going for the platinum on that one?
I didn't. I have most of the trophies, but the rest of the ones I need all involve speedrunning the levels to do the puzzles. And I know it's possible because you could just follow a video, but I hate speedrunning trophies that much and time trial stuff that I was like, I'm not doing this.
Yeah, it's annoying. It's fortunate in that like it's basically like a speed run trophy for each level or something like that. So you can basically like load up the chapter and then just go and try and do it that way. And like most of them are like super doable and you'll have like a few minutes to spare and stuff like that. But yeah, there are a couple where it's just like, yeah, you pretty much need to know exactly like what you need to do in the order you need to do this thing to like do it in the time frame that you're looking for. I ended up doing it, and there was one where I was just kind of like I pushed play on a YouTube video and just kind of would like let it run for a few seconds and then was like following along with what it was doing. But yeah,
That's like the Gone Home Platinum, where
Yeah.
like in order to get like complete it and
well, there wasn't a
whatever it
platinum
is.
for Gone Home, famously.
Sure, but like in order to get the last trophy for like complete it in so and so amount of time, you have to like not miss a beat, right? Because I had tried to like just like do it and like while after me and Trevor had played it like a couple months ago, whatever, just be like, oh, like you can beat the whole game in like a minute or whatever it is. And even there, like I like spun the camera around wrong and like hit a wall by accident, so like that dinged me like the 5 seconds whatever that like cost me getting the trophy, and I was like, I'm not gonna do it again. And I was just like, nope, I'm just not. Don't have it in me to keep trying to get this by like the exact right amount of seconds.
Yeah. Very cool, Frank. Thank you. Logan, your number 10.
My number 10 video game is Call of Duty Vanguard. I think Call of Duty Vanguard is a sort of a mess, if I'm going to be honest. I think gameplay-wise, it's excellent, like you would expect from a Call of Duty game. If not entirely innovative, like groundbreaking or innovative in terms of what it's doing there, but it is consistent. It is still really, really good, and how it feels, I think, and how the weapons kind of weight handles everything. All that's great. I think it does cool things in terms of having, like vehicle missions or like the things you do with guns or weapons or vehicles all work really well. And the set pieces work really well in that sense. My big critiques largely come down to the technical side of things and the story side of things. So I think we'll focus on the technical side of things first, because it's the most glaring issue of the game. The game doesn't run particularly well. It certainly didn't run particularly well for me, so much so that I never got to finish the game because it just continuously kept crashing at the same point about 2/3 of the way through the game and wouldn't let me ever get past that moment. So I have no idea how the game ends, except for I looked afterwards because I was like, well, let's just find out. Spoiler, the Nazis lost. But
Damn, I thought this was our time.
I know, but yeah, like
Sorry, not our
which is a
time. I
shame.
meant this was the time.
I was like,
It's not our
wait
time.
a
I have
second.
nothing to do with that.
Whoa, Frank.
Whoa,
Whoa.
Frank, mask off, everybody.
But yeah, like, which sucks, right? Like, it was a little bit like what almost happened with Firewatch. Like, I almost couldn't beat Firewatch if it kept crashing at the same point, except for it actually happened here. And that's unfortunate because I did enjoy it enough beforehand. And then on the story side of things, I think the game is hampered by how it tells its story, by the fact that the most interesting parts of Call of Duty Vanguard's narrative are when everyone is located in the same spot in like the present day timeline for them, which is 1945. And you have almost a like Tarantino-esque story happening with like double crosses and like, bad guys kind of working against each other to be like the best bad guy for, the guys in charge. And then the kind of motley crew you have assembled each kind of get into throw out one-liners and quips and do fun, cool things. I think the game's momentum is slowed immensely whenever they go to each individual character's kind of vignette of how they got introduced, how they got brought into the group, all that kind of stuff. I think most are incredibly forgettable and bland. I think there are a few in particular where it grinds the game down so much because there's just nothing happening, or because you're forced through a vehicle section that isn't particularly great because they're kind of hit or miss. The one exception to that really is the Stalingrad section of the game, which is pretty much throughout the entire experience of that, the multiple times you go back to it, fantastic. The character is great. Laura Bailey. It straight up is Laura Bailey. There's no sort of like, who is this voice actress? I wonder. It looks just like her. It sounds spot on like Laura Bailey. She does great work there. It's a great performance. And then it has my favorite kind of character gimmick trait where like each character kind of has their own ability, hers is awesome, and one I hope to see more in sniper levels, where she can kind of, whenever she crouches, she goes essentially like super fast. She gets like a super speed boost to kind of go through like the holes in, buildings, or through like vents quicker. Or if she ever gets caught, she can just kind of crouch and like immediately kind of get away. It's great, super helpful. Something I'm like so surprised we haven't really seen a lot of in those kind of games before. And her sections, I think, are the most well laid out and intricate of all the maps as well, right? Having all the vents kind of lead to different areas, having all the kind of holes in buildings lead to like different buildings, or on the roof or in the basement. And there's one section in particular where you're inside of a like library annex, that is like a 2 or 3 story like building, where you're like popping in and out and like, killing Nazis and hopping into another hole and like being on the other side of the building in like 10 seconds, and taking a pot shot over here, and then like going down a flight of stairs and like sliding out, taking a shot, running back over. And it's like the most fun I ever had in the entire game. It's so well done. It is just unfortunately 10% of the game. And that's sort of the problem, right? Is that I think in trying to give every character their own moment, and every character the kind of their own vignette storyline, they inevitably have ones that aren't as fun as others. Even more so when you're trying to force in some of the gimmicks and abilities that aren't as interesting or fun as others. And that's sort of the tale of the game, right? Like there will be really great moments, and then the game's like, and now we're going to bring you back to this thing that you don't want to see or do. And then you do it, and then you kind of get brought back to the, present day timeline that's super interesting and like rich creatively, like narrative wise. And then you get brought back to something from like 1941 that's not really fun to play with. And so that's sort of the issue with Call of Duty Vanguard. And it's sort of an interesting state for like where Call of Duty as a whole is at right now. With, my personal preference as someone who, loves the series, has played essentially every narrative Call of Duty game except for one. I think the series is kind of at a low ebb in terms of creativity, I think, and doing something different and kind of innovating off of what has come before it. I think the last one that was truly like a standout and different and special was Call of Duty Infinite Warfare. That was 2017, I believe, 2016, and no one bought it. And so that's sort of, where we're at. We kind of put ourselves in this mess. But yeah, Call of Duty Vanguard is number 10. It's got moments and flashes of brilliance. We obviously all know someone who helped work on the game in Belinda. But yeah, for me, it is number 10 on my list. It just kind of cracks the top 10 for those few moments that really, really work, both narratively and gameplay wise.
All right. Moving on to our number 9s. This is another one I imagine somebody is probably going to have this higher on their list. So I'll probably just shout it out here. And that is The Artful Escape.
Yeah, I have that higher on mine.
I figured. Just real, like, obviously it was my game of the show at PAX last year. So I was very glad to
would have been a lot of ours
to get to go hands-on with it and experience the whole thing. But we will talk about that when we get to it on Frank's list later. So Cameron, what do you have for number 9?
My number 9 is going to be, let me pull the list here. My number 9 is Guilty Gear Strive. This is now when it comes to actual gameplay of this game, it's a top tier fighting game. It's possibly the best fighting game out right now. Mechanically, it is an extremely great game. Cannot give it enough praise for what it is to the majority of fans out there who've been waiting for Guilty Gear to kind of take its place in the take its place back in the kind of fighting game scene. That being said, I've talked to Trevor about this on the podcast. I am a sucker who believes that fighting game stories are good. I enjoy them. And none have I emotionally invested more time in, perhaps other than the Soul Calibur franchise, than I have in Guilty Gear. Guilty Gear is one of my favorite storylines in fiction. It's incredibly brilliant on so many levels. And this iteration was panning out to be as great as the rest of them. And then it just drops the ball so goddamn hard at the end. I don't know what they're gonna call the next one, because they can't call it Guilty Gear. Which means makes no sense to anybody here on this panel, and that's fine. But for me, it means everything. I waited for a like conflict between two characters for half my life, and the payoff was not there in the slightest bit. And some stuff kind of got moved around, and like a guy kind of walked away as a karma Houdini, not having to like deal with the ramifications of any of his decisions, like genocide. And not just like, oh, genocide, ha, like, oh, he's getting away with genocide, ha ha. I mean, like, he actually wiped out an entire, like, almost the entire, like, people of Japan and of Japanese descent, like, almost wiped all of them out. It's just walk away from it. There's a lot I feel about this franchise. I have a lot of deep love for it, a lot of wonderful memories, but man, did this ending create just such a pit in my stomach that I even considered it leaving it off of my list entirely. But it wouldn't be fair, because it is at its core a fighting game, meant to be a game that you play against other people. It has probably the best netcode that we've seen out of a fighting game. And it is, on top of that, it's just an absolute blast to play. Like, so for like, it would have been way higher up my list. It might have even been my game of the year if it had been able to pay off the story. There's so much I could go into it, but there's really no point about going further into it, because nobody here cares. And that's, I thought nobody cared. I found a place on Reddit, like some people who are like, hey, does anybody else care about this? It's like, oh yeah, I care about it. It's like, okay, there's catharsis. I'm not the only one out there who felt massively let down for this buildup that we've had 15 years for. And it just it settled out like the wettest of farts.
Yeah, I remember when you talked about that on the podcast, and like, yeah, I don't know anything about it, but I felt for you in that, and I mentioned it when I think when Logan and I did like our Game Awards predictions of like what game would win best fighting game. I was like, I don't know any of these games, but I know Cameron had praises for the fighting of Guilty Gear Strive, even if he, was very disappointed by the story of it. So yeah,
I disappointed. It's not the right word. Devastated, completely, utterly devastated.
Ruined.
Emotionally harvested, and salted, and like having the earth of my love for this franchise salted. As far as its story goes, as far as the game goes itself, like the actual gameplay, it's downright the most amazing fighting game you're going to find right now. So that's why it's my number 9.
All right. Frank, hit us with your number 9.
Yeah, so my number 9 for this year is going to be Far Cry 6.
Okay.
I didn't think anyone else had played it, so I assumed it wasn't on anyone else's.
Trevor's played it.
I
played,
like,
did you get around to it?
I played the first like hour of it. I've not, and it's one that I might hop back into in the new year. But yeah, it's nowhere on my list or anything like that. So yeah, we can cover it here.
No, and that's all totally fair, because even some of the better things I still have to say about it, like, it's just Far Cry. Like, like I played all of them, and it is just more of that. It is a really fun one. There's a lot of great like quality of life improvements. I think it is still weird in some places where like it's kind of slow in the beginning, especially because I played so many of these, and you have to like work up to every little tool, and then also because there's 3 different like islands you can go to and tackle in any order, and you get different stuff on the different islands, so you don't get some basic stuff till like way late in the game, depending on like what path you take, so you'd be like, you could not get the wingsuit until you played the game for 30 hours, which is super weird to me, unless you go to all of the islands, start the storylines, get the items, and then go back and tackle it, like, which you could do. I guess it would let you do that, but I pretty much just tackled them kind of one at a time. And another kind of big criticism I had is after you finish your third one, the game's just over. Like, it's like there is the last mission where you go finish it out, but I was really surprised that like once you finish the storylines of the 3 islands, it's literally just like, cool, here's the end of the game. Like, I thought there would be more missions, especially because there is like a final area that is like Giancarlo's like home base, and so I really thought there'd be more missions in there, but it's really just like a high level area that's just there just because it's there. And so there's like some really weird things with the game, but overall it was still really fun and a unique like kind of experience. And Giancarlo and his son Diego both do a really good job and were like some of my favorite performances of the year. And they definitely had me kind of hooked in. And like those are the things I've also continually thought about. Like most of the game is like super forgettable, especially because I played these other Far Cries. But the stuff I have thought about is the stuff with Giancarlo, and especially like I think I shouted it out before, but there's like a news interview he gives with an American reporter that's like I thought was super awesome, and like just the way they had this back and forth, and he's like he's not a madman, he's not insane, he's not like Vaz, like he is a really smart like dude that can be political, and he's like talking down her points with like logic and facts. He's not just screaming at people. And I also thought it was cool the way that like they can kind of introduce how scared of people are, but he doesn't need to just kill someone in front of someone. Like the guy giving him his tea is like shaking just because he's in the room with this guy. Like there's a lot of like cool little things I feel like they could do that really like elevated him as like a villain. But then it kind of just drops the ball a little bit at the end, which is unfortunate.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. My like very early preliminary thoughts on it were very much like, yeah, it feels like more Far Cry. Kind of does that thing of like, okay, yep, you immediately set up like this guy's a threat, and you are going to, lead the revolution against him. Okay, cool. I got the Gator companion.
Yep.
Guapo.
Nice.
Yeah.
I got that far into it. And yeah, that's I think that's about where I left off with it. And it's like I was like, oh, it's okay. Yep, he's just gonna go. There was part of me where I was like, okay, I appreciate that he's not like, and they call out like, yeah, he's an alligator. He's not gonna be stealthy. And so like as soon as he takes somebody out, everybody else is like screaming, oh my god. And it made for a good distraction for me to sneak around behind them and take out a handful of guys or whatever. But yeah, like so far, didn't. Well, I guess like the one element that I've seen so far was like, oh, okay, and the way they do like upgrades of like upgrading your gear and adding, or changing like the style of weapon, because basically like there's different ammo types that you'll use for different enemy types and whatnot. I was like, okay, so that's a thing I'm going to have to basically like manage. Like, oh, okay, I've got armored enemies here, so I need to switch to the armor piercing. I need to switch to my gun that has armor piercing stuff rather than the soft bullets or something like that. But cool.
Yeah, and it felt like that's what they wanted you to do, and especially early on, that's definitely more important. But by the time you get to the end, it just almost doesn't even matter, especially because like I was just using armor piercing rounds and everything, and it's because it still kills the guys that aren't wearing armor, And it's like it's just one of those things that I'm like they tried to add little new things like that, and like the gear and like a lot of little things like on top of it to change up the gameplay and how you could have like loadouts, but I don't think they nailed that. Like I think they definitely probably should have spent more time on that. And it's another thing too where like they add the Supremo backpacks, but I think those are largely useless, and like that it doesn't hurt to have them, but you in no way ever need those. Like that could not exist in the game, and the game is fundamentally exactly the same.
Mm-hmm.
Like especially because everything the backpacks can do, you can get some other kind of throwable or item to do. Like there's one that's like, oh, it's an EMP backpack, but I thought like, oh, that's cool, that's useful. But then it's like, oh, there's EMP grenades, so I would just carry the EMP grenades at all times, and you don't need the backpack. Like. So it's just kind of a weird like thing that like I think some things didn't really come together the way that they wanted to, but at least they're like trying new things, like they're trying to find that like new formula that they can try to reinvigorate Far Cry with, I'm sure.
Yeah. Cool. Well, Logan, hit us with your number 9.
Yeah, I've gone back and forth on it a lot. What I want to have for number 9. But ultimately, I'm going to go with my gut, and I'm going to say my number 9 pick is... I'm going to do it, yeah. I'm going to say number 9 is Resident Evil 8.
I have that higher.
Was the like going back and forth on it just like, do I want to give it number 8 spot just for the symmetry?
It wasn't even. That's a great point that you mentioned. I changed my mind. No. Resident Evil 8, I think.
Well, I think, Frank, you said you have it higher on your list.
Yeah, I do.
Right.
Okay,
cool.
Yeah, so we will circle back around to it and chat about it there. Resident Evil Village is the technical name of that one, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Correct.
Cool. Well then, yes, I'm sure we will hear about that at some point down the line. Moving on to number 8. My number 8, another one that might be higher on somebody else's list, namely your list, I guess, Logan. It Takes Two.
It's higher on my list.
Yeah, I figured it would be. So we will talk about it when we get around to Logan. But yes, I was like, well, I know Logan is the other one I played this with, so I imagine it'll be higher on his.
It will not be
potentially higher.
It will not be talked about tonight.
Tonight, okay. We will circle around to it next time. Then, same episode though for you, audience listener. We're just recording this over a couple nights on our end. Then,
as somebody who's completely alone, I did not play that game.
That's I mean,
I'd play it with you.
We will.
I mean, there are parts that are traumatic, but I'd play it.
I don't want. I don't like puzzle game. Like I don't like puzzle platformers. So no.
Fair enough.
Mhm.
I mean, and we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it more when we talk about it in Logan Spot. But I will say that like I wish I could have played it more or something. Like there were days where I was like, I would love to go back and play some It Takes Two, but I couldn't because it was just me, and I wasn't gonna like call somebody up and be like, "Hey, play It Takes Two."
Hit me up, man. I'm always gonna be hit up and be like, "You want to play It Takes Two?"
Yeah,
I would have been down. I watched
this.
the,
Logan
I watched
says
it on
this.
Twitch.
It's not true.
there you go. All right, well, Cameron, hit us with your number 8 game then.
My number 8 game is a game called Scarlet Nexus. It's a game that came out earlier in the year. It is a Bandai Namco weeb game for sure.
That's their market, you know.
That's their market. They know it. They milk it well. And most of the time, they've actually put out like a really solid product. This is one of those times. Scarlet Nexus is in the same vein as something like you'd think with like Astral Chain, or something of that ilk, where it is an anime character driven third person action game. There's just something about this one that really just kind of hooked me in a really great way. Especially early in the year when I was not, able to pick up too many games. This one was a real breath of fresh air when it comes to its approach and kind of being earnest, which is this is a game about wanting to be there to help people. And want like the struggle of, when you're in a post-apocalyptic world where these monsters called others are popping up and like threatening society, like what do you do? And the kind of delving into, it doesn't do it in like the greatest of ways by any stretch of the imagination, but it does touch on themes of perseverance through trauma and tragedy. Whether it's, and it does take a few anime leaps of logic that are fine. If you don't like anime leaps of logic, just know you won't think it's fine. But there is a matter of finding hope in despair in a way that is, that's certainly like the niche of a game like Danganronpa in that franchise. But this one, it takes it into a different direction, and is an awesome action game that is, whether you are playing as either of the characters. I think the struggle of this game is that it separates the two paths of the main characters, Yugito and Kasane. In what really would have probably been like a pretty stellar narrative if they had been combined. But the fact that they're kept separated by two different branches from the get-go of the game is difficult. Is to like want to give it a higher place because there are several aspects of the narrative that don't get told in the in either person's like playthrough. And like the hook is, well, you got to play both playthroughs, and it's like no, the game's like too long for that. And on top of that, like the new game plus is like it's fine, but like it's like for somebody like me who spent a ton of time grinding out the best weapons in the game and then finding out that the weapons, like the ultimate weapons, as far as like the best weapons in the game, are locked to a second playthrough, it's super annoying. And between that, but overall, I felt like the characters, some of them are on a superficial level. Unfortunately, like this has a massive cast of characters that probably could have been consolidated if you didn't split the party, like split all the characters between two playthroughs. But rather than do that, they have this massive cast that it's hard to give the spotlight to the right characters at the right moments. Although I will say it does give, like, there are some really great moments of where especially Yugito, his story is dealing with how do you stay positive and keep people on track and focused when the world is going to shit around you, and it deals a lot with that, and I like it a lot. So it's my number 8 game of the year.
All right.
Logan was so upset by that he just got up and left. He's like, I can't believe Cameron's putting this weeb shit at number 8. Like,
yeah,
number 8 above Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy. He didn't put let me pick a game here. He didn't put Cannon Bridges Spirits higher on his list because he put this weeb shit. No, it's a fun game. It's like these games, obviously their draw is in the combat of the game, and it excels in that. The psychic combat with mixed up with weapons, and being able to, instead of trading off and playing as other characters, you just take the power that they have for a limited time, and it's cool. And like there's a bunch of other cool stuff as you build up bonds and get to know these characters better that pays off in combat. It does a great job of that. It's super synchronistic with what it's doing. I just wish the story had been better fleshed out, and also don't watch the anime. I haven't watched it, but apparently it's really terrible. Doesn't do a job of doing anything, conveying any story. Like don't even drop pot. Like, and it's only like 3 episodes long, which is not nearly long enough to tell anything from this franchise. Like this game, just absolute trash. And on top of that, I heard the animation's garbo as well. So don't bother with it. Play the game. Don't worry about any of the ancillary stuff that they try to get going around it. It's not worth it.
All right. Frank, hit us with your number 8 then.
Yeah, so my number 8 is going to be a Persona 5 Strikers. I finally been getting into it here at the end of the year. Like, it's funny because, yeah, like Trevor mentioned, it is on PS Plus as of today, but I borrowed my friend's copy like a couple weeks ago, and so it was just sitting on my coffee table. And I got like a couple days head start after I got back from Christmas vacation and was able to like get a couple hours ahead of so I'm in like the second dungeon. I'm like a little under 10 hours in now, but I've been liking it so far. I think it's really slow at the beginning, and like I think Cam kind of said the same thing. And part of it is like they got to explain to you like Persona and Persona 5 and like what some of this is and like who these people are. And then I realized like part of me was like, why do we have to do all this? And I was like, man, there's probably Warriors people that play all the Warriors games that have no idea what Persona 5 was, and we're just coming in and they have to try to like onboard everybody into having like a kind of a successful experience here. But as somebody who loves Persona 5, I thought it was awesome. It's like going back and being with your friends and hearing all this amazing music. And I was really impressed so far by how they were able to adapt Persona into this sort of like Muso game where you're still kind of going through the calendar dates. You're still able to walk all over town. You're still able to just go and talk with people. You can even go on some like social stuff and like go on like get food and ramen and like, you know, do like other side activities that are outside of just like fighting the shadows. And then the actual like combat when you're in like the metaverse style thing is just, it's like the dungeons and you're solving puzzles and doing stuff, but whatever you get into combat, you're in like a Muso style combat where you're knocking everyone around, and it's definitely interesting. And so far I think it can be a little bit much to manage because they literally like kind of like I was saying, they adapted Persona really well. So they took literally everything out of the Persona RPG combat system, but now it's all real time. Like, so it can be a lot to manage when I'm fighting 50 shadows. There's personas everywhere. You have like melee abilities. There's like the persona abilities. There's also like, you can bounce between teammates. Like you can do the baton pass. You can like, people will get status ailments, and like, it is literally each individual thing. You can even do the thing where you shoot your gun at them. But it's like weird when I'm like in combat and I'm like, okay, I got to hold L1 and then aim the trigger and then fire R1. And like, it's like really clunky a lot of the times. And I've had a problem a lot where I just get overwhelmed by shadows and their abilities where like I'll get hit with lightning. And so then I'm stunned, and then I get hit with a different thing that stuns me. And then I get hit with a third thing and I'm dead. And like, that's happened to me a couple times where you just get overwhelmed and you can't do anything because you're getting stunned. And then like, it's just a lot to manage, especially if you don't play Muso games. Like I imagine maybe those people have a little bit of an edge, but other than that, like I really am enjoying it. Like it's a really cool continuation of the Persona story. And I like that, like I'm finally in the second dungeon area, and it kind of opens up the game where it's more of like you're not just in the area from Persona 5, you're actually like road tripping around Tokyo. And that's when I was like, that's when for me, as soon as you get out of the first dungeon and they kind of get to that, I feel like the game really takes off and just gets a lot more fun. And like I was like, I'm having a great time on a camper road trip with all my homies. And I was even thinking like it's fun to have a Persona game where we don't have to like get to know everybody and solve all their problems. We already did all that and we can just go have cool adventures together. And like that's something that I think is really cool. And I'm like, I'm surprised they haven't gotten to that before of doing like a legit sequel to, you know, one of their games and kind of continuing all
Well,
the characters forward.
they did. It was Arena and Arena Ultimax.
Yeah, yeah. Are those the
So
canon?
and
Or I
Persona
thought those
4
weren't
Dancing All
canon.
Night,
Yeah.
which is the perfect capstone to the Persona 4 saga.
But that's why that was really cool too, is getting to see all those characters a couple months later. And this has like that exact same thing. So like it is super cool. And another thing I've noticed so far, I feel like they're doing a better job of like connecting the people's who like the dungeon you're going through to somebody in the story. And it's not even necessarily like they knew each other beforehand, but it's like I personally identify with this person's struggle because like I've been through something similar. So it's interesting to see like Anne kind of take point in the first one and Yusuke kind of take more point in like the second one, based on like how he's like, oh, the second guy's more of like an artist. So he's like, yeah, I have been in this guy's shoes and like I really take like I'm personally invested in helping this guy now. And I was like, that's an interesting kind of like additional level, you know?
Cool. All right. Logan, hit us with your number 8.
My number 8 game is one of the ones that have had I think, some of the most contentious thoughts about all year long in terms of really liking it, really not liking it. It is going to be the GTA Definitive Edition trilogy of games. Yeah, it's such a weird collection of things that I both love and can't stand. And in particular, right, to get the elephant out of the room right at the gate, the game is hit or miss, we'll put it nicely, I think, on the tech side of things and performance side of things. In my experience personally, I have found that to be most true in GTA 3, which I think just runs the worst on this. Again, we're recording this January 4th of 2022. I finished GTA 3 back in November, right? So any sort of updates, whatever that's happened since then, notwithstanding. But in my playthrough, my experience, GTA 3 was a disaster from like a performance side of things, right? I had probably close to 10 crashes playing the game, significant slowdown throughout, things just not even things popping up, things just never popping to begin with, just never ever fully loading in, right? Like phantom walls was a really common feature. The game didn't like if I went too fast in a car, especially if I went too fast in either a really like busy, dense section of the game or in a section that was wide open and had to like pop a lot of things far off, which unfortunately one of those two is most of the game. I like the weirdest issue I had that like I didn't see a lot of other people talking about was the lighting in the game was just shot, and in particular on the first island. Like whenever you're around like Hell's Kitchen, GTA 3's version of Hell's Kitchen, and like the red light district. If it ever got to be like nighttime or like dusk or dawn, like one of those time of days, the lighting would just go really dark. And I had like cranked my brightness basically by after the first hour to like 90%. And even that only made like a dent in it, right? Like if you're in a dark area in like Portland Island, it is just going to be really dark and you're not going to be able to see very well. If it's raining, good luck. Especially if it's raining on like certain areas, or if you're driving a boat and it's raining, you can get blinded really quickly. The water in particular is really wonky, and all those issues are true, and all of them are totally valid. And I would totally understand why someone wouldn't like this experience. For me, I mostly was okay with it for GTA 3, right? Like GTA 3 is a weird one where like it is one of the most important games to me growing up as a kid. I've talked about it before. I've written about it before, in terms of like being kind of like one of the starting games for me, and one of my earliest memories. And then seeing it like this is a bummer, right? Like I think to tack on another thing that's wrong with the game, the character models in really all of them, but especially GTA 3, I think are very hit or miss, right? Like I think Claude looks really good actually. Like I really like the main character GTA 3's character model. I think it looks really good in this kind of like cartoonish 2021 style. There are lots of characters, but it's not the case. Like Luigi and like Donald Love, where they look Donald Love in particular looks really not good. Like I don't know what like he got put in a microwave after they made his character model. But like, you know, it's and that sucks, right? And like I think GTA 3 as a whole then really suffers from these issues while also still being largely enjoyable. For San Andreas, though, to switch to that side of things, that's sort of at the other end of the spectrum, right? Like I had significantly fewer tech issues with San Andreas, right? Like that game only crashed for me once or twice. The pop-in was still very much there, but it was largely reduced to when I went into the more rural areas or on the highways where they, again, had to kind of load in a lot at once. Whereas in like Los Santos itself, I didn't have as much pop-in. I didn't really have any phantom walls. The lighting was night and day compared to what it was in GTA 3, and the rain didn't blind me, right? So a lot of those issues made it better. There were still weird things, right? Like Carl as a character model, and then just like his character did weird shit, right? And I think I mentioned it on an episode of News You Care About with Trevor, where Carl, to me, in the definitive edition, looks better in gameplay than it is in the cutscenes for whatever reason. Like he just does not look ever good or fully loaded in the cutscenes. Gameplay wise, he looks great. And San Andreas is a fantastic video game. And so that's sort of the weirdness of this, is that I have more of an appreciation for San Andreas than I ever have had really playing it now. And granted, I haven't had to go to the flight school section yet, where I will inevitably hate it again because it's the worst single mission I've ever played in a video game.
David Cross can't even save those missions, and because he's the guy that does like the narration, and that's still it's still the worst.
I'll never forget it, right? Like for years, it was a mission in God of War that was like my all-time, like, this is the worst mission I've ever played. And then GTA San Andreas, like I got around to that like a little bit afterwards. And it's awful. And it's so unnecessarily bad, right? Like it's teaching how to do like barrel rolls and like, you know, do like 360s and 720s and like start and stop and soups and all this kind of stuff. And it's like the one mission in GTA San Andreas that's required to fly in, you just fly in a straight line. And like, that's all you need to do. You don't need to do any sort of shit. But luckily I haven't gotten to that yet. And San Andreas is
Wait,
great.
how is this your 8 game? How is this your...
Because San Andreas
how is this
is
so
great.
high
like,
up on your list if all I've heard you do is talk about just bitching and complaining about it?
Yeah, and that's the thing. And now I'm pivoting because like the games are fun. That's the thing. Like the games succeed in spite of this shit, right? Like that's how they get you, right? Like
talk about
San
burying
Andreas,
the goddamn lead, Logan.
I mean,
yeah, like
you shat on Guilty Gear Strive quite a bit too, Cameron. So
all right, fair enough.
Yeah, like
fair enough.
I think
pot
San
calling
Andreas
kettle
in
black.
particular,
I get it.
I think San Andreas has a lot fewer of the issues, which is why it would be 8th, right? Like if all 3 games were like GTA 3, it would not be in probably my top 10 even, right? Like GTA 3 I think really is just like a broken experience, which sucks. Like that game just doesn't, or certainly for me, did not play well at all. But I think it also is the worst performing one of the 3 by a lot, actually. And San Andreas, I think, is the best performing of the 3. And I think that allows it and frees it up to just be this really fun experience, right? And remind you of how ahead of its time in a lot of ways and how smart and how clever it is, right? Like San Andreas is unquestionably too long still. Like I stand by that, right? Like especially because I hopped right from GTA 3 to San Andreas. Like I skipped over Vice City, which is my favorite of the 3. And the jump from 3 to San Andreas in terms of missions, right? Like San Andreas has double the story missions before you get to anything else. More than double the story missions, realistically, because there's some in 3 you don't even need to do. I mean, it is just a mammoth of a game, but it's so much fun to explore it. It's so much fun to do dumb stuff with. And I just love these GTA games. Like, this is what I think of when I think of GTA. It was great to get an excuse to play them again. And even if that excuse was sort of broken and janky at times, I still largely had a really fun experience playing these games over a 2 or 3 week stretch. And so yeah, like GTA is my 8th game, right? Like if they had just been a GTA San Andreas remaster, it realistically could have probably even gone up a spot for me. And if it had just been GTA 3, it wouldn't have maybe even made my top 10, right? Like that is sort of the dichotomy and Jackal and Hyde nature of this, I think, Definitive Edition. But ultimately, it's my 8th game of the year, and I still had a lot of fun with it in spite of its many issues.
Like with Frank's Far Cry 6 entry, they put the San Andreas version of this on Xbox Game Pass, so I picked that up and put in the first hour of it, like a week after playing the PS4 remaster of Vice City,
right?
And I will say, while I didn't put a ton of time into San Andreas, I immediately appreciated the improvements in controls, the modernization of a lot of the controls in San Andreas. So like I love that they did that quality of life thing. I wish, based on kind of what you've talked about and what so much of the other the rest of the internet's response to these was, I wish these actually like had gotten the attention and care that Rockstar easily could have put into these, especially if you're going to call it the definitive edition, and then
that's the thing.
These are these are things that are definitively not definitive of the versions of these games, when what, like 40 tracks across the 3 games I think are missing from the music and stuff like that, because they didn't get the licensing deals.
Most egregious in Vice City, which is I think the one most known for its soundtrack. It is very noticeable.
So and then just like so many, like they took so many like shortcuts in just having AI like up-res graphics or whatever, and it misread like text on billboards, and so like you lose jokes, and billboards didn't translate appropriately and stuff like that. It's unfortunate that these weren't more polished, but like I won't argue with you about, like, I mean, they're 3 iconic games of that generation, so much like the Mass Effect stuff, they're gonna last the test of time. And I wish they had gotten the Mass Effect Legendary Edition treatment instead of the Grand Theft Auto Definitive Edition treatment. Moving on to number 7. My number 7, yet another one that might appear higher.
Has Trevor given any sort of description yet for his
I
top
know
10 yet?
I know my number 6 because I know like nobody else has played my number 6, so I'm pretty sure I'll have that one at least. But my number 7 is Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart. Anybody have
I have it slightly higher.
Yeah. All right.
I did not get to it this year. I'm disappointed in myself.
I didn't either. I'm so ready for it though.
Then we will talk about it when we get to you, Frank. Your number 7, Cameron. Hit me with your number 7.
So my number 7 is going to be Wildermyth. Wildermyth is a game I picked up towards the end of the year this year. It is a fantastic, incredible game that really scratches a RPG itch in a way, like tabletop RPG itch in a very specific way. It scratches my Wintermore Tactics Club itch that I had last year. Oh, sorry about that. I should not have drank a root beer for the first time in forever. But yeah, it's an absolute
open a cold one that's going to make you a little gassy through the episode.
Pretty gassy. It's, when it comes to Wildermyth, it is an absolutely fantastic take on tabletop games. The less about dice roll, more about tactics, and more about putting things together. But it has a deeper story element to it, where these things happen as you're progressing through this world, taking on this Gorgon threat. And I'm only in the first chapter. There could be more. There's mods availability for it as well, so there's going to be way more stuff to get into. But it's a recent addition. I had to throw it in my top 10 because I had just such an amazing time with it. It beat out Inscription and Loop Hero for this spot, so, like, to get into my top 10. And then it just climbed its way up as I put more thought into it. Like, I have a dear love for what I've been playing, and it's super great, but it is also can be sometimes very brutal. But yeah, just had an absolute fantastic time with it. Highly suggest anybody pick it up. And just like experience it, because there's a surprising level of depth in this game that I was not anticipating when I picked it up.
All right. Frank, hit us with your number 7.
Yeah, so for my number 7, this is where I have Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy. I did really like this game. Like, this was like a surprise of the year for me, where like I think especially after the Avengers game and kind of what a problem that one was, and like I just even seeing gameplay for it, I want like nothing to do with that game, even though I know many people worked hard on it. And so I was very worried about this game, especially because it was kind of coming in hot out of nowhere. Like, we kind of knew it was a thing, and then it just kind of came out, and some of the pre-release stuff was even a bit weird, but it ended up being a really awesome game. And besides the fact that I think the gameplay could have used a lot of more time in the oven and probably some additional tweaking, like the story and the characters I thought was really good, especially as somebody like likes the Marvel universe, and even not just the MCU, but like the actual Marvel universe. Like, there's so many other random deep cuts that are in that game, so many cool references and things they tried to pull in. And I thought it was really cool how they were able to carve out their own little like niche of the Guardians of the Galaxy universe, kind of how like Insomniac did with Spider-Man, where they were able to be like, this isn't just Guardians of the Galaxy, this is our Guardians of the Galaxy doing their kind of thing in this pocket of the universe. And I would totally be down to see more games from them that are either with the Guardians, these Guardians continuing forward, or even if they just try to take another team or another superhero and do like a cool one-off game. Because I really enjoyed the like Telltale style decisions, and some of them are actually like surprisingly impactful, even just in like small ways. Like, it really helps like flavor your adventure based on however you want to do it. And even to the point where I love that, like, you can go to Nowhere, and since Nowhere is just like a scam planet, you could just get scammed like 20 different ways. Like, basically everything you can interact with is a scam, but you could get all your money taken and then be screwed later in the game. And like, that's just like, it just lets you do a lot of like fun, weird stuff. And there's also just a lot of cool like hidden stuff in there. One thing I did know, I want to give a shout out to it too, is I played it twice, and going through it a second time, I felt like they did a really good job setting up things that are actually important early in the beginning of the game, but you just don't even realize it because you don't know it's important, and you just kind of like brush it off or don't pay attention. And then going through it, like knowing everything that happens, I was definitely like with the kind of like looking at everything with a different eye and being like, oh wow, this is very interesting that like all of the stuff from the end of the game is just like front loaded at the beginning is like set up. Like, it's definitely an interesting thing.
Mm-hmm. Cam, this is an interesting one because like we've basically devoted 3 episodes of That Nerdy Site to this game over the last few months because Frank played it, then I played it, then Cam played it. So Cam, anything to add? You mentioned it was your number 10.
Yeah, a lot of the same things I feel like Frank mentioned about it, I will echo entirely. Combat definitely could have used some tighter tweaking on that. As far as it goes, I still think the combat is extremely fun. The game can get brutal if you're not using the teamwork effectively, and I think that's where some of the combat can be a bit clunky at times. But my biggest criticism with the game and why it probably significantly dropped for me is because there's a last minute plot twist that I'm not a fan of, and it's quite. It does the thing that I dislike about Marvel properties, that are not the MCU, and I think that the MCU, because it doesn't do this, is superior to most Marvel presentations. Is that Marvel's stuff, especially in the comics, do not like to mess with the status quo. It does not matter what kind of journey that a lot of the writers have done, you have to keep some of these characters in certain status quos. And this game sets up a big buck in the status quo of the character of Peter Quill and his experience and what would be kind of like what he does in the galaxy. But it doesn't commit to it in the very end. And because of that, I think it is it left a sour note in my mouth on that aspect of it. However, I still think overall, as far as like the camaraderie and the fact that there is a llama in the game, finally a game outside of Fortnite is putting llamas in their game and doing fantastic. No, I love that the choices don't necessarily matter on like a massive scale, like a large scale. but they matter on such a like low level personal scale that choosing between like the llama and something else, it becomes a point very early in the game, and I chose the llama, and
Same.
it ended up kind of hurting me in the long run, because it turns out no matter what happens, anyway. But there's so much about the game, like Frank said, you can get scammed on that planet. I didn't get scammed on that planet at all.
Mm.
I walked there. I did the one thing. I turns out I did the one thing where you can make money, and I did the thing where you can make money, and then it's supposed to be like a con to pull you into you lose more money. And I was like, no, because at this point it's definitely a scam.
Mm-hmm.
I know you think you know Mark when you see one, but you don't know me, because I'm the man behind the controller making these decisions. Peter Quill would 100% get jerked into all of this.
Yeah.
And I love what they do with like the story and combat. The story outside of the combat, but the teamwork combos and combat itself is fantastic. When it works well, it sings. Like it soars so high. But when it doesn't work, it gets clunky and like cumbersome in the worst ways.
Mm-hmm.
Just this is a game that hasn't
those animations frequently quite literally did not work where they didn't play correctly, and you get like a really weird animation of them fighting.
Yeah. Also sometimes the I didn't mean to hit both these buttons at the same time to do the huddle. So now I got to wait awkwardly for the huddle to end so I don't lose my huddle point, like my huddle energy. That could have been implemented better. But overall, also the fact that they made Star-Lord like a real band for this game with like an actual cassette tape and like lyrics, and they're all fucking awesome. That entire soundtrack is rad as hell, and like it fucking slaps, and it should be recognized as such.
All right. Yeah, I'll just kind of wrap up with some of my thoughts, because this was my number 11 basically, so just missed the top 10 here. A lot of what you guys have said, I really appreciated. I was very wary when it first got announced and revealed of like, oh, it feels like they're trying to do too much of the MCU version of these characters. And then the second trailer that came out and what the ultimate game ends up being, I was like, oh, okay. They're relying on a little bit of those James Gunn-isms, but like they go so far into the weeds of the cosmic universe stuff that I was just like, I don't know most of these characters that we're coming across. And that's really cool and fun after, spending the last 13 years engulfed in Marvel stuff. I think the team component, like the actual Guardians, getting them together is a ton of fun. I think a lot of them, and I disagree with Cameron on like kind of the twist ending thing. I really enjoyed it, and I appreciated like the stories that all of the characters get over the course of the game. But for me, ultimately, like I was a little let down by the combat, and especially on like a new game plus run of the combat where you don't actually carry over most of the new game. Like you carry over your abilities, but not like the abilities that actually could help you in a lot of those combat situations. And so that was a weird element. And then also just like, as I was playing through a second time, my game, like I basically encountered like a game breaking. I couldn't progress through a certain point in the game. I was like, well, I guess I'm just not going to actually experience the rest of this game a second time, which is unfortunate. But it does like really great things for Drax, especially. I really like the Mantis in this one. And I didn't like Peter at the beginning. But like by the end, I really appreciated the journey that he goes on over the course of that game. So, yeah.
Not to make this an MCU conversation, but I do find it interesting, Cameron's point that he likes MCU because he thinks that there are actual consequences. When I would argue that a lot of the MCU is them not being willing to take a risk, with like one exception, arguably, but that's. I would argue.
Have you read the comics?
I mean, I think the MCU does the same thing in a lot of ways, right? Like, I think characters aren't allowed to progress, or they can progress to a certain point, and then it brings them back, right? Like, I think Endgame, right? Because, like, I think Endgame is really the only exception to that, and like Winter Soldier, I suppose. But like, that's what makes those movies special. And otherwise, I think it's a lot of characters sort of getting out of like who they were in like their first movies, like open in 10 minutes and like grow a little bit from there, and then just kind of staying in like stasis for 4 movies afterwards.
I don't want to get
just
too
as
into the
my-
weeds on this, but
Yeah,
I can
that-
think of
yeah,
like
I don't either.
6 things that disagree with that, but that's fine.
Sure.
Moving, we
yeah.
do not. You and I do not need to get into another MCU conversation. That is fine.
We'll save that for when we're at
For a
Avengers
week from now,
Campus in a
Yeah.
week.
I cannot wait.
So that is Guardians of the Galaxy, Frank's number 7. And it looks like that's going to be so it has racked up 5 points total there at our ultimate like culmination. So so far it is it's one of them front runners in our game of the year rankings. Logan, hit us with your number 7.
I have Alan Wake as my number 7. The remaster, remake, whichever is the correct vernacular. Because Cameron's face. No, I have Alan Wake. This is, like I mentioned before I said playing it, the game probably in the top 3 that I've most been told by people who have played it that I would most vibe with and like. I don't know if ultimately I liked it as much as a kind of thought I would, and I think partially it's because it's sort of a weird remaster, and that I think there's only so much you can do to fix what is the weakest part of the game, which is the combat. But the story is super trippy and super weird and Twin Peaks inspired so obviously. And I couldn't help but find myself drawn to that almost from the opening seconds. It is almost certainly not a game for Trevor Starkey, which is a shame because I think there's a lot here that he would like. But it is really, really weird and cool. And some of the stuff they do, right? Like a little bit like Guardians of the Galaxy, actually, like when they get the combat to like work and those moments where like it actually should have those kind of combat sections, it like sings and is so perfect and is so tense and gets these like really kind of like evokes classic horror, I think, in a way that the other 75% of the combat sections don't. But man, this game is clearly a game that is carried by its story. If it was made today, it would be 3/4 just exploring and walking around and doing story stuff and only like a quarter combat instead of like 50-50 or even 40-60. So that's sort of a shame, right? As it almost came out in the wrong era of video games in a lot of ways. Like I would love to see what like Alan Wake that came out today would be, right? Or an Alan Wake 2 if
It's
that
called
ever
Control.
happens. Right, yeah, right, in a lot of ways. And so I think it's really cool. Like that's really like it comes back to that. Like it's a really cool idea and it's a really cool thing. And even if it isn't fully executed, I think as well as I would wish and a lot of people would wish it would be, what is there is super, 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 super different. And unlike really much else I've ever played, and what they do with time and what they do with foreshadowing and kind of cycles repeating and you seeing signs, it's all really smart. Like it is probably one of the most cleverly written narrative video games I've played in a long time in terms of how smart and how like 5 steps ahead the writers of this game had to be in terms of like laying the seeds for stuff, both big and small. Like small things, just like getting a note that says you're gonna knock over a cup of coffee, and then like 5 minutes on the line, your character like accidentally knocks over a cup of coffee, right? To far larger consequence-inducing things. Yeah, I really enjoyed it, and I think it is a game that I wish almost didn't exist, so it could just new in like 2020 and 2021.
Well, we'll see what they do with Alan Wake 2 when that comes out.
Yeah.
Whenever.
Well,
It got announced, so it's coming, but just don't know what year it's actually going to hit. All right. Now we're going to move on to our number 6. And here's the first one of this evening of recording that I think I'll actually get to talk about because I'm fairly certain nobody else touched this one this year. And that is Forza Horizon 5.
Ooh, yeah.
No,
I didn't
I'm
get to
joking.
that in
It's
time.
yours.
Yeah. Forza Horizon 5. I very much am not like the racing car game guy. I was never like a Forza guy until the Lego expansion for Forza Horizon 4 came out, and I love
that.
Lego enough to have checked that out and like got super consumed with Forza Horizon 4 for a good couple of weeks there back then, and just like going in and trying to basically do like all the challenges in that special little Lego world, and then when previews and stuff started dropping for Forza Horizon 5 this year, I started getting like really excited about that. I mean, like when it got revealed as like, oh, it's in Mexico, and how gorgeous it looks, as somebody who has lived here in Arizona my entire life,
Sure.
like so much, like with Mexico a stone's throw away basically, so much of this game is incredibly reminiscent of the biomes and the landscapes around me, and so it's incredibly fun just hopping into that world, going at like I have done every race in the game. Like I've gone through and like basically 100%ed every one of those, each of the different races. I've not 3-starred all of like the challenges and stuff because they're like, I'm terrible at drifting in this game, so I'm just never going to 3-star those things. But it is very much a game that I still, a month or two on, or a couple months on now, I still hop into it once or like if not once a day to kind of do whatever little daily challenges in there. I definitely hop in, a couple times a week at least, to go through and do all of like the festival playlists, new challenges and stuff that are coming in as much as I can. Like the one reason this game doesn't maybe rank higher is because there's such a multiplayer focus to elements of this game, and I'm never going to be the person running around with a crew. There are definitely just things that I can't do and enjoy and experience in this game, because it's like, hey, like here's the big thing that's going to get you a ton of points this week in the playlist, but it's you have to play against like the super hard difficulty things with a team of other drivers, and I'm like, I don't want to do either of those things. I keep the racing settings on like, super low, to the point that every handful of races it'll be like, hey, you're really kicking these guys' ass. Do you want to up the difficulty? And I'm like, no, because when I do, they kick my ass. So this is the perfect spot for me to feel good about myself. And it's just it's a ton of fun. It is very much like a checklist of go do all these things. They've continued on, of course, the season mechanics that I think were introduced in 4. So like every week the game is switching between the spring season, the summer season, the fall, and the winter, which makes like it changes up the landscape and the look of areas of the game. You have the rainy season, you have the the snowy season, and stuff like that. Yeah, it's just a fun, like I am up over 300 of the, I think, 570 cars or something like that in this one. So been doing a ton of collecting on that side of things. Like in those first couple weeks, I was, I think, up in like the top 10% of like game, like people who played the game in terms of like the accolades and basically like completing the challenges and stuff. And I'm sure I've dipped super far down for that for now, but yeah, it's just a fun game that just loves rewarding you for basically like anything you want to do in that game. If you want to just like drive across the desert and crash into cactuses, you get points and you level up and you get wheel spins and you can get new cars and stuff like that. Right now my avatar is running around in a full-blown Santa suit with a Santa beard. The first car I bought, once again, just like with Forza Horizon 4, was in this instance it was a 1987 Pontiac Trans Am, because it's the closest in-car game to my original first car of a 1990 Pontiac Firebird. So like getting to kind of like drive around Mexico in like my nostalgic car, a ton of fun. And then, especially now that we're, Logan and I are doing the Bond podcast, like I've got a whole like suite of Aston Martin cars that I can hop into
Hell
and
yeah, you
drive
do.
around
Hell
if I
yeah,
want
you
to.
do.
I've got the DeLorean, which was like a reward
Yeah.
in that first week, so I was driving that around and having some fun when I'd get that up to 88. The content creator community around these games too is like amazing, because like of course people made like decals to deck out your car to make it look as much like the Back to the Future DeLorean, with like the lights around the bottom and different decals and stuff on it, and it's just a ton of fun, and they go nuts. So yeah, really enjoying my time. And I also love that like it's it's a game that has my name programmed in, so like they'll say welcome back, Trevor. And yeah, just a ton of fun. Forza Horizon 4, very curious what they're going to do in terms of like the expansion packs on this one, the 2 expansion packs, but I've already pre-ordered them, or like I basically bought the like ultimate edition, even though I can play the game on Game Pass for free. I was like, I'm going to want everything that this game has to offer for me. So I paid for that. So I will have those when they come. So yeah, Forza Horizon 5, my number 6 game of the year. And the first one I got to gush about today. I mean, especially if you have Xbox Game Pass, definitely something worth checking out. Even if you're not a racing game guy, put a few hours into it and see if it hooks you. Because there's just so much fun and vibrancy, and I think again, just it does a really good job in terms of, because there's like little stories and stuff that you can kind of play, little story missions throughout, and it does a really good job on that side of things of like honoring the culture and celebrating the Mexican culture as well, not only in like these beautiful landscapes and environments and the town layout and stuff like that, but some of those stories are just like really fun, and celebrating fun little myths and going on quests to try and create a super powered VR beetle, and they have like a few choice kind of missions throughout in each of the little biomes that are like, hey, we're gonna have you race monster trucks off of the top of the volcano mountain all the way down, and they're gonna be plowing through stuff and going crazy, or you're gonna race these guys on jet skis over the course of like the wetlands area and stuff like that, and they have some just really fun spectacle kind of moments too that'll you'll be going down the race, and at some point you'll hit a jump and it'll like go into like a cinematic like slow-mo thing, and then you'll kind of come back into play, yeah, it's just a ton of fun. Forza Horizon 5, super shout out to that one.
I love that you got into this as someone who, friend group from back home all play, like I've talked about before, like they play Forza, they play Madden, and they play Call of Duty, and then maybe one other game in the year. Right, and like my childhood, like best friend in particular, like he's a huge car guy. He loves cars. Went to engineering school just to, build cars in the future. And like Forza is like his shit. Like that's a game that like he will put in like hundreds of hours, if not thousands of hours in Forza. So I'm always here for some good Forza love and appreciation. I played 100 hours, 200 hours plus of Forza games in my life. If I had an Xbox, I would play the shit out of this one. But yeah, it's a great shout out.
Yeah, I'm sorry I missed it, because that's definitely one I want to get into in the new year, especially since it's on Game Pass.
Yeah.
I remember when Trevor got into Forza the first time, and that was a very interesting experience to watch somebody who has had zero interest in racing games pretty much ever fall super into it.
I mean, like, yeah,
all because of Legos.
Exactly, all because of Legos. Yeah. My racing game experience, beyond that was like going back to like N64 and playing like Beetle Adventure Racing and and of course like the Mario Karts and stuff like that. But like, yeah, and I'm still like, I'm never gonna be the like Forza proper game, but like these Forza Horizon ones are just open world sandboxes to go nuts in and have a ton of fun with. So yeah, shout out to Forza Horizon 5. Cameron, hit me with your number 6.
My number 6 is probably going to be higher up on other people's lists, so we can probably shoot past me. It's Hitman 3.
It's higher in mine.
Mine as well, indeed. But cool. I'm glad you were able to get into it here near the end of the year.
I just gotta say, everything people were saying about it's true. It's a fantastic game.
Yeah.
I am looking forward to going back and playing like the custom missions as soon as I can figure out what the hell is going on.
What do you mean? What the hell is going on for them?
Because it's just like I was like, I want to play those kind of funny missions you guys were talking about at the beginning of the year.
Yeah.
Finding them, it's like cool. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
I have to like sit back and figure this out. I'm just like, you know what? I'm good putting it down for right now. I beat the game.
Going back
I'll go back to it later.
Going back and digging into the featured contracts section, and especially trying to find the ones from January, February, all that stuff.
9 months ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and there's a great browsing way of doing it, which is fantastic. Because it's not convoluted or complicated at all. It's just there's just so much content that you have to like parse through it. So
yeah. Cool. Yeah, we will talk about Hitman 3 later in the episode. Frank, how about your number 6?
Yeah, so my number 6 is Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart.
All right. It's Logan and Cam, you guys said you didn't get to it. All right, Frank, hit me with your Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart thoughts.
Yeah, so this is definitely like some of the most fun I had in a game, I think, this year. Like, I am a Ratchet and Clank fan going back to the PS2. And this is a particularly like really strong outing for Ratchet and Clank, and it does a lot of new interesting things with like pulling in Rivet and Kit, who is like kind of the Clank kind of alternate. And it's also, I think, a really awesome showcase for the PS5 in terms of a lot of like what it's able to do with like going through the portals and just being able to also move super fast through the world. Like early on, I was kind of like, oh, it's really slow. And then they give you these rocket boots and you can literally boost across the world in like 2 seconds. And I was like, this is super cool because there's no loading and popping. There's like no issues. Everything's beautiful like the whole time. And I think the main thing I always love about it is the Ratchet and Clank gameplay. Like, I love all the different weird, wacky weapons and like upgrading them. And then even if you have a gun that's like kind of shitty, but like you can upgrade it and get something better, you just have to kind of struggle with it for a bit. And it's fun to just even be in like a big fight and be swapping through like multiple weapons and just having all this chaos going. And I think like Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart does that really strong, especially because they've been doing it for so long. But I think kind of what ultimately like held me back on it a little bit and was kind of what made it get a little bit farther down on the list is that like it doesn't really do anything like that amazing or like that new. Like, it is just it's Ratchet and Clank. It's more of the same. It's really good. It's really strong, but there's nothing there that really like blew me away. There's nothing there that I really think about like after the fact. And especially like these next couple games in like the top 5, I think there's different things in there that I like have been thinking about after the fact. And like for this, it was a really fun Ratchet and Clank game. I played in a weekend. I got the platinum and I'm done. I don't ever need to touch it again.
Yeah. Looking ahead at the rest of my list, like when Ratchet and Clank came out, it was probably my number 2 game of the year at that point in time. And then just like the tail end of the year had banger after banger after banger after banger that just kind of kept like bumping that back up in the list. And I very much enjoyed my time with Ratchet and Clank, especially my limited experience with Ratchet and Clank was the 2016 version. So this very much looks and plays obviously like that version, but it's very clearly not a just continuation. It's not the sequel to that game. It is a like more sequel to the larger Ratchet and Clank story. So there were some characters that are good guys in here. I was like, well, wait, the last time I saw you were like a bad guy, and so like there was a minor little confusion for me in terms of that. But I was like, whatever, I'll go with it. But like all the alternate universe and the riffs kind of component of it, I thought they did a really good job telling a really interesting story, as you kind of touched on with the especially the kind of the Ratchet and Clank analog characters. There was a ton of fun there. That for combat wise, like there's not a gun that feels really bad in there. Like they all feel like there are definitely some that are like more standouts, but like even the ones that are just, okay, I'm using this just to like try and level it up and get those trophies or whatever. Like they still do what you need them to do and they do the damage, and you can, sometimes optimize them to do some really cool stuff. So yeah, it was a ton of fun. Of course, gorgeous visuals. But yeah, I think I kind of echo your sentiment there, Frank, of like, it was great, but it didn't do like a ton, and it didn't like defy the genre really in any way. It was kind of like, what you might expect from a Ratchet and Clank with like a universe thing. Um, and yeah, it was a great game, but as I think other games throughout the year kind of maybe took more risks or did just a little bit more interesting things on that side of things. That said, I very much, as with many of these kinds of Ratchet and Clank games, I love the customization of them. Like I love that you can get gold bolts that suddenly, I've talked about this, and it's a I'm not going to count this a spoiler this far out, but like the fact that, hey, if you don't want to collect nuts and bolts, you can get like a gold bolt. You can customize that, and you can change it to coins or rupees, or like I did, the Sunset Overdrive drink, like the cans that basically the collectibles that you get in Sunset Overdrive. And they highlighted this too at launch, but like the fact that you can get a gun that will basically like create rifts that will bring in things from not only other Insomniac games, but other PlayStation franchise things. So you can like drop in, a Jeep from Uncharted or a robot from Horizon or something like that. It was just like a cool, fun, like, yes, PlayStation has this grand studio of IP and stuff, and like it's fun if you're going to introduce this idea of riffs breaking apart, and there's like little Easter eggs throughout that are kind of like you hear like recordings, or you hear like people's descriptions of what they see in other riffs or something like that, and it's like teasing crossover games and stuff like that. To the fact that they kind of like played around with that as just a fun Easter egg that's not world ending kind of thing, but it's still fun. And yeah, so the game very much fun all around, good fun time with Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart. All right, Logan, for at least night one of recording for us, take us home with your number 6, and watch it be like a game that's higher on somebody's list, and it's just like, okay, we're done.
It will not be. For number 6 is my first of 6 and 5 are both the 2 games that came out in prior years.
I mean, no, 8 and 7 are the games that came out in prior years.
No, those are rematches. Those don't count.
Okay.
Number 6 is Jedi Fallen Order.
Yeah.
That I finally got around to playing this year. And it was just too good to keep off my list. I was I would say I was blown away, but like I knew that I would love a Star Wars game, most likely. I guess I was blown away by just how much I think it understands the world and characters and kind of central tenets of Star Wars, right? And especially after doing the Summer of Star Wars this year, you should go check it out. It was a nice kind of coda to all of the Star Wars content we've played, right? And capped off by Book of Boba Fett. And so it was fantastic, right? Like, I think we talked a lot about Star Wars in general this year, but one of the things we kept coming back to was how, it was easy for some of the later movies, whether prequels or sequels, to kind of not necessarily nail the tone of what a Star Wars story should be, right? And almost from the opening seconds, it felt like Jedi Fallen Order understood exactly what the feel of Star Wars should be, right? And kind of the themes it should be exploring, right? And the ideas it should be kind of pursuing, and the characters it wants to kind of have you interact with. And we were off to the races from there. I think the ending is fantastic with everything it does, kind of the emotional highs it hits, the betrayals, the kind of really dark aspects of the Jedi and Sith, and I think the larger kind of universe it explores here are all fantastic. The Vader reveal is great. It's Vader. What more do you need? And then the ability just to explore and walk around worlds in Star Wars, which seems so simple and obvious, but is also like such a rare treat that we get, is always something that I like don't take for granted and just like savor. And we went to like very much planets off the beaten path in the Star Wars galaxy here, and I think that is one of the strengths of Fallen Order as well. Cal Kestis is a great hero. I'm excited to see where his adventure goes, especially considering the time period we're in. And then the final thing for me would just be kind of the twin, I think, pillars of how good the game's combat feels, how good holding and swinging and using the saber is as a mechanic will never get old. The force system and mechanics are also great, and the way they bleed together, I think, leads to such a perfect kind of duality of options that you have at your disposal that you can constantly use and mix and match for the right kind of enemy. And then kind of tied into that is, this is obviously a game that I think pulls a lot from Soulsborne's kind of style of games, and Bloodborne, and the way it uses its version of like campfires and its version of kind of enemies that respawn and upgrade trees, I found to be so refreshing after mine and Trevor, at the very least, within the sites, many years of voicing our frustrations about Demon Souls and Dark Souls kind of games. And Jedi Fallen Order does it like the exact right way I want to do it. First off, it has difficulty options, and second off, it has, I think, a really nice curve to get you into that, to feel really strong and to feel really empowered, right? So that by the time you do lose your lightsaber and then build your own, it is this moment of empowerment, and you get to just like go out and clear out some clowns afterwards, and you feel like a Jedi, right? Like you feel like you've owned those moments because of the curve and journey you've been on throughout the game. I think it's a fantastic Jedi story. I think it's a fantastic Star Wars story. And yeah, I'm very excited to see kind of where they go from here. If Trevor's predictions from last week's episode of News You Care About are correct, we will get hopefully a sequel trees this year, and I will find that very, very exciting. But yes, my number 6 game is Jedi Fallen Order.
Excellent.
I'm gonna play Jedi Fallen Order this year.
Have you not played it yet?
No.
Oh, it's great, Cam.
So
I have famously gone on record by saying, if you wanted me to be interested in a Star Wars game, you could not have given me a more boring, less interesting character than the premise of Cal Kestis.
I think it's fair, but I think once you get in with that character and his backstory and his kind of relationships with other people, he, I think, really fills in a lot.
Okay, I'll try it. We'll see. But yeah.
If nothing else, the gameplay is fantastic.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly. Like, it's just a fun game. It's very Uncharted-y.
Yeah, be interesting to see. I'm looking back.
Wow,
through...
wow, great way to turn me off on it, Frank.
Yeah,
okay, yeah. Sorry, because not like the Souls light, like the actual combat. There's a lot of like platforming and puzzle solving and stuff like that, and there's like set pieces. Like it's vaguely Uncharted.
Yeah, it's Uncharted in terms of like traversal, maybe a little bit more than
scale.
It's. I mean, it definitely leans Uncharted, more Uncharted than Bloodborne or Souls for traversal, but yeah, obviously it's pulling from those others for the combat stuff. I was just looking back.
I'll give it a shot. Give it a shot. That's all I can
We'll
promise.
see.
You should,
if you do, cool. If not, whatever. I was looking back through my 2019 game of the year. I gave it my number 5 that year.
If I had to, I think I talked to Trevor about this. If I had to base it off of what my 2019 rankings would be, it probably would have either been my winner or runner-up that year.
Yeah.
One of the
because
two.
your number 1 and number 2 that year were Resident Evil 2 and Ape Out.
It would have beaten Ape Out. Ape Out, it's a fantastic game. I would want to emphasize that because no one talks about Ape Out. That was a great video game, but it definitely would have beaten Ape Out. And yes, it's a question of if it's better than Resident Evil 2 or not.
Well, now I'm curious if that
We'll
would have
see.
shaken up our 2019 game of the year away from Borderlands 3.
Borderlands 3.
It might have, because I had
don't
it
put me
pretty high
between
on
these
mine.
two games. Do not put me between these two
No.
games.
Because Cameron wouldn't have.
It would have been like, I mean, it would have been higher.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, actually, like between that, yeah, it would have become like tied for our number 3 alongside Outer Worlds and Devil May Cry 5. But Borderlands and Fire Emblem Three Houses
What a weird
still
year for
would have
games
beaten it
2019
that year.
was.
All right. And then the last thing I want to do before we kind of wrap for tonight here, on this first part of the recording, again, like the episode, I'm going to stitch everything together. But just in terms of kind of the top 5 so far of our scored based on the 10 through 6 that we've given. So far,
Halfway point here.
Ratchet and Clank is up there in the number 1 spot, and then we have a 4-way tie for number 2 between basically all of these number 5 picks, or number 6 picks. Forza Horizon 5, Hitman 3, Marvel's Guardian of the Galaxy, not a number 6 pick there, and Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order. So at least one of those is going to pick up some more points with Hitman 3 next time we sit down and discuss this continued stuff. But yeah, so my number 5 is Deathloop. Anybody have that?
It's higher on my list.
So we still got that higher on the list. So we will.
Trevor's curse continues.
my curse continues. Yeah, I will be talking about many games soon-ish. Cool. Then we'll throw it over to you, Cam, for your number 5.
I think I'm gonna have to have a pass on this one as well because my number 5 is Hitman 3.
Yep, I have it higher.
Still high. No, Hitman 3 was your number 6. We covered that last time. So how did Cameron fuck up? let's piece this together.
What does your doc look like? What were my
you
5?
had Guardians of the Galaxy at number 10, Guilty Gear Strive at number 9, Scarlet Nexus number 8, Wildermyth at number 7, and Hitman 3 at number 6.
Ah, I see what I did there. Okay.
Didn't he have Guilty Gear at some point?
Yeah, it was number 9.
Okay.
So
where are we at? Let's try this again.
Oh, my apologies. Yeah. Sorry, I made a change in my there was a change in my upper list before but I didn't copy it down to the bottom of my list where I have things actually separated out by that.
Gotcha.
So my apologies on that one, guys. My number 5 is Boyfriend Dungeon.
Boyfriend Dungeon.
Ooh.
All right. Yeah. Let's talk Boyfriend Dungeon. That came up as one of my honorable mentions this year. So I don't imagine it's on Frank or Logan anywhere else, right?
Nope, I played it at PAX and it's great.
Yeah. All right, Cam.
Looks super cool.
Hit us with Boyfriend Dungeon as your number 5.
So Boyfriend Dungeon, it's a particularly interesting one for me because I actually backed this on, I want to say it was Indiegogo or Kickstarter, one of the two. Back when it was first announced, I thought that this was a really cool idea. I had no idea how much would change for me over the course of those years. Where before I was like, oh, that seems like a fun idea, dating your weapons on dungeon runs. That sounds cool. To and they're like, yeah, there's going to be a lot of queer accessibility to it. And I'm like, oh, okay, that'll be neat. Because I was still in the closet at the time. And coming out, this game has done something for me that I've never been able to have or explore elsewhere. And that is, being closeted for all of my 20s and all of my late teens means that I really did not have the young queer experience that a lot of other people do. And it has been something of an insecurity of mine. It's been a massive insecurity. Trying to make my way into the dating field, while trying to balance this all out and dealing with the stark realities that you find with it. And Boyfriend Dungeon has been a very fun and interesting simulation of kind of letting me explore certain aspects of my sexuality that I don't have the ability to, definitely didn't have the ability to during COVID. And one of the biggest things that for me that I lost during COVID was my opportunities to take part in Pride for the first time, to really celebrate and enjoy those celebrations with my family that had really opened their arms and accepted me when I came out. And I was really looking forward to sharing that with my family. And so not being able to, and really feeling like I was in some ways denied that experience during COVID, and also recognizing that I denied it myself during my closeted years. This has been such an incredible experience of getting to explore that with, these are stock caricatures of ideas, and they are all of them are extremely well written, and get to play with different facets of romance along with dungeon running. And it's cool and it's fun and it's quirky in so many different places. like you technically aren't dating it, but you have like you develop like a relationship with a cat, and its weapon is like literally claws, and so you're just going through this dungeon clawing things, and you're like becoming friends with this cat. And at the same time, it's like it's done such an amazing thing of letting me explore that side of things as well as just enjoying a really well written and really well done game. I know that it encountered a bit of controversy concerning some of the story elements, and um, like can definitely see where a lot of people are coming from because it was it was a bit of a triggering thing for a lot of folks out there. But I don't think that that detracts it so much as it speaks to like one, it's like reasonable that people would be triggered by those story elements. But on the other side of that as well is it captures that experience, I guess, in a way that was realistic to a lot of people, to the detriment of the situation. But I think it just speaks also to the caliber of the game, and also how the end fight isn't a like the end fight's quite unique because of the story elements, and it's about the idea that like there's concepts about and ideas about people are like when you are with somebody and you are seeing somebody and you're dating somebody, you grow with them. Like the idea and like this idea that you come into a relationship and you grow together being like such a major theme of this game really speaks highly of it, and like it causes me to speak very highly of it and really enjoy the ideas that like some people are particularly interesting in some ways, and like some of the characters are really quite interesting, if somewhat unrealistic at times. I mean, it's a game about people turning into weapons, and you fight dungeons of like your insecurities with it. So I really had such a stellar time with it. I couldn't find it, and like so, but also know I backed it to take that with a grain of salt. Um, but like I had such an amazing time with it, and getting to explore different facets of myself that I both denied myself and had been denied recently was definitely a really fun and awesome experience. So I speak very highly of it.
Cool. I mean, just kind of adding a little bit there. I did not back it, but still had a really great time with it. It was a game that I'd seen kind of at PAXs over the years, and I'd played it at like I think PAX East before the closing of everything, and really enjoyed it. Actually, it might have been like the year before I'd played it at PAX, and this most recent one, or the last one before everything shut down, I may have been like, oh yeah, it's like I just want to play it when it comes out in a few months, or whenever it ended up coming out. And so yeah, I really enjoyed it. I thought it was a very well written story. Lots of fun, very well written characters, a great blend of like the dating sim game alongside like a minor roguelike dungeon crawler kind of thing. And I loved one of the like my favorite elements of it might have been the fact that it was a 10-ish hour experience or something. I mean, like probably less than that. It was the kind of thing like I played it pretty much in a night and got kind of begin to end through the story. And I love that I want more of those. I want more of those like wonderful, complete, like bite size for less, a lack of a better word, stories. Just to kind of hop in, enjoy the story, enjoy these characters, and see, what all it has to offer. And then, go on to another thing. So yeah, it's one that there was a minor element because like a couple of characters get introduced in the story and it's like, oh, they're apparently going to be DLC characters or whatever. They're going to like be added later. And I always lament when games do that because it's like, okay, well, I'm probably not going to come back and see those characters. Like I'm not going to wait 6 months or whatever until they come out and play them again. But I hope that just makes it an even more complete experience for the people who do come to it late or something like that. So, but yeah, Boyfriend Dungeon, a lot of fun. One of the few ones I sat down and was like, yeah, I'll play this on my PC this year. And yeah, had a good time with it. So shout out to Cameron's number 5 boyfriend dungeon. Frank, hit us with your number 5.
Yeah. So my number 5 for this year is going to be a Genesis Noir.
Cool.
Ooh.
It's like a indie kind of like it action. Well, that's not action adventure. It's just kind of adventure game. It's not like point and click because you're actually able to walk around and interact with things, but it's like a really basic kind of puzzle adventure game. But I really love the style of it. It's like this classic noir kind of style where everything's black and white and there's like little hints of gold. So that's kind of helps you know what you need to interact with. And there's a lot of really cool, unique puzzles and storytelling that's kind of even told through that. And you're kind of like solving a mystery and figuring some cool things out. And it really just left a huge impact on me. And before I originally had it lower on my list, but I just kept wanting to be like, well, I really want to bring this higher because it's like, it's definitely something I've thought about. And like, there's such cool artwork and visuals. And it's just, I'm so impressed at like how they were able to achieve some of these puzzles and some of these crazy visuals just using like a monochrome, kind of like black and white, kind of like color palette. Like, and everything, it looks amazing, the game, and there's so many cool unique visuals, and it's just something I haven't really seen before, and so I definitely wanted to give them a shout out for that. The ending also, I won't get into like spoilers, but that also kind of blew me away. Like the game, it's a short like 4-hour game, and it kind of depends on your puzzle solving ability, but it got me into such this like mode of like, oh, this is what this game is, this black and white like noir game, like kind of like with like text, and then as like it introduces certain new elements and things that really just kind of blew me away in the ending, because like it, you just get into a certain sense of like, oh, this is what this experience is, and it really turns it upside down. And I was like, wow, this is amazing. Like so I really I recommend it, especially because it's just kind of like Trevor was even saying, like bite-sized, kind of like quick experience, and it tells like a cool little story.
Nice. Yeah, it's one that I remember when we talked about it originally after you played it on the podcast. And I think it's been on like Game Pass pretty much all year or something like that. So like I downloaded it, and every time I like hop into like my games on my Xbox, I'm like, I should still check that out. And then I just never like have gotten back around to it. But to hear it rank that highly on your list, making your top 5 this year, maybe I will hop in and give it a shot. Between now and when we first started recording this podcast, I've hopped in and played a little bit of Persona 5 Strikers, so maybe I'll add this to the list of I always need more Let's Plays for every Tuesday and Thursday when we do those. So maybe I'll hop in and check out some Genesis Noir. Any final thoughts there before we move on?
Also, yeah, the soundtrack is awesome. It's kind of just like a jazzy noir kind of thing, so you definitely have to kind of be into that. There's like a lot of saxophone and like brass and stuff, but I really liked it. If they made a pressing of it on vinyl, I would buy it. I haven't seen that yet, and they probably won't because I think this is kind of a smaller game. But yeah, it's really cool, and there's even some vinyl and like jazz inspiration in some of the puzzle solving and the levels. Like there's a really cool level where you actually have to like turn a vinyl on like a turntable, and that actually like makes the interact with the environment in like cool ways. So yeah, like I definitely highly recommend that game.
Nice. Excellent. Logan, hit us with your number 5.
Yeah, my number 5 is the final game that came out last year on my list. If it had come out this year, it would be an incredibly strong contender for my game of the year. Last year, if it had come out, it probably would have been my runner-up or third. It's going to be Astro's Playroom. It's fantastic. It was, per Trevor's recommendation, the very first game I played when I got my PS5 back in the winter of this year. And I mean, it's fantastic. I think we actually might have done an entire podcast about this game after I got to playing it. But it is great. I loved Astro's Playroom. I think it is such a smart, clever love letter to 25 years of PlayStation history and characters and stories. I think even removed from all of that, it is just a really fun, smart platformer that's like super humorous and very funny. I think it is such a great introductory point if this is your first PlayStation console, if it's your 5th one or any number in between. I think the level designs are great. Even the like vehicle levels somehow work for the most part, which is rare in a lot of platformers, as we can all attest to, I'm sure. Yeah, I mean, it's super charming, super fun. It's one of the few games where I was like, I'm gonna do everything I possibly can in this game, and I did. I platinumed the game. I like did the speed runs, constantly kept trying to like do better and better at those. Just went through levels again and again. I think it is endlessly replayable. It is one of those games that even now, a year plus after it came out, but even like 9 months after I would have got my PlayStation, I'll still just like pop in and like play a couple levels at. I think it is essentially everything you'd want from like a console launch title, in terms of like showcasing what the console can do, in terms of showcasing these are our characters, these are our stories, and in terms of showcasing this is a really fun game, this is why you should have this console. I think Astro's Playroom does all those really, really well. Yeah, I absolutely love it. I could rave about it all day long.
Yeah, I think we talked about that one extensively last year because it was my number 3. And then, oh yeah, that's right. The rest of you just didn't have PlayStation 5s yet. So,
that's the thing. Like it would easily, like I was looking at my top 10 list. That's what I was doing on my phone. It's like, it would have fallen behind Ghost for me still. And then it's like, it would have fallen right in that mix of Tony Hawk Pro Skater and Call of Duty Warzone. It would definitely have been in that mix of like 2 and 3 for me last year. Like, it's great.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a great game.
Yeah, we've talked about it extensively over the course of the show. So, yeah, shout out to Astro's Playroom. Very excited to see whatever that team does next.
Yes, I will
PSVR
also say,
too.
That this is basically 5 through 10 honorable mentions were pretty set pretty easily for me. The top 4 is a mess set. Even now, I'm still like switching back and forth. Like, do I want this game this or this way? So it's gonna be very much in flux. So I will also say that if you read my written top 10, it might be different because I keep going back and forth on these games. So I just wanted to also preface that before we get to the top 4.
Number 4. So my number 4, another one that, depending on where you have it, Frank, may get talked about later. Psychonauts 2.
I do have that higher.
Yeah.
I love you, Frank. Trevor never gonna talk about a game. Yeah.
It's the story. Like, it was, and I kind of knew this as I was putting together the ranking. I was thinking there, I'm like, okay, like I know, these people are gonna have this one higher. I know these people are gonna have this one higher. So I know because of how Frank and I have already talked about Psychonauts 2. I knew it is very much in contention for Game of the Year for him. So me having it there at number 4, there was a shot we would both have it in the same spot, but we will talk about that one a little bit later. Cameron, what is your number 4?
My number 4 is Tales of Arise. This is the latest edition of the Tales franchise that got put out this year. It has, last year, sorry. I talked about it a lot extensively, my feelings about the game, on the podcast. I basically had a weekly update for Trevor. It was the only game I was playing for quite a while. And it's a game that I think is quite special. Unfortunately, it has quite a few of the drawbacks that you'd expect from the Tales series, in regards to just kind of like how these worlds are constructed and filled up with people and whatnot. This one, though, instead of going so hard in on the fantasy and the magic aspect of it, this one definitely lets itself play heavier into the sci-fi. And that's something that I found very, very fun about this one that separates it from others. Instead of it being like this, like either extremely well-developed magic society or this extremely underdeveloped magic society, and like the clashes between those kinds of societies, I found it quite interesting to instead take on this aspect of the big war already happened. The technologically advanced side just decimated the not so technologically advanced side. And not only that, but they took the planet of those people and like terraformed it to being this like just this energy harvesting factory. And what they do with that and how they play with it, and like the idea of like the concept of like the people who are temporarily in charge of these regions are all candidates for becoming basically like El Presidente or king of the quote unquote superior race, and like what's going on with that, the conflict within all of that is interesting and fun and goes places. It's deeply emotional. The characters are multifaceted. I did not expect them to be able to play with the idea of and concept of things like slavery and freedom and what does it mean to actually be free. You know, of course, that's going to strike a chord with any of us Americans because that's something we all have to ask at some point. But it also deals with things like the idea of like revenge, like what is the toll of revenge? Does that go through? And they deal with it in a way initially that you think, oh, it's going to be very much this very basic JRPG anime, like, revenge is bad guys kind of way of doing things, but they really toe the line super well. And they deal with the ideas of equality and like the actual like just differences between these two cultures as like very like they get very real about it. And it's very interesting to see like just how Tales of Arise, I feel as somebody who played the last one, Tales of Berseria, and I felt like the storytelling in that one was fantastic. It was coming from a much deeper emotional place. This one comes from like a bigger, loftier ideas than I think normally Tales games get into. And I think they really do extremely well. The problem is that the trappings of a JRPG, like the twist that they decide to pull, and like this weird, like artificial reset to some relationships that's very arbitrary and done in order just to extend the length of the game, as far as like giving people who are only really playing these games for the character development and the emotions of these characters and how they develop and their relationships with each other, in order to continue kind of like giving them a reason to keep that going. Felt like a massive reset point for me. Like it would have been higher for me on my list if they just didn't have to deal with this really weird part of the game after a certain point. And that was just such a turnoff for me that I put the game down. Overall, think it's absolutely stellar. Combat in that game is fucking righteous. Like it's so good. I can't give enough of just a tip of my hat for kind of like the decisions they made, both narratively and thematically, and kind of like being a departure from other Tales games. And so for that reason, like, yeah, it's up on in my top 5 for that reason. My number 4.
All right, cool. Frank, hit us with your number 4.
Yeah, so I don't know if anyone else has it higher, but my number 4 is Emily is Away 3.
I have it higher.
I have it higher.
Yep.
Totally fair. It's a great game.
All right, we will get to that one. That's its second appearance on our list after my number 10 ranking on it earlier. So Logan, hit us with your number 4.
My number 4 that I'm finally settling on for this podcast at the very least is going to be It Takes Two.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
I think It Takes. Nobody else has this higher, right? I think
No, you and me were the only ones that played it.
Yeah, I think It Takes Two is super weird. I think it is such a huge kind of dichotomy of moments I really, really love and gameplay that I really do think is some of the best I've played all year long. I think it's so smart and so innovative, and what they do from one level to the next, how they change it up, is all fantastic. And then moments that I just find so baffling or borderline traumatic, and the story being one that is essentially driven by the premise of trying to make your daughter cry for probably 2/3 of the game is just really, really strange and bizarre. And I don't know. I think maybe Joseph Fares is someone whose strength lies in gameplay more than it lies in storytelling, despite what he might think. But certainly from a gameplay perspective, I think it's fantastic. And I think even some of the worlds they create are so well realized and so much fun. I think of like the Snow Globe one in particular is just so much stuff you can do there. It ends up at number 4 on my list.
Yeah, obviously this one was at number 8 for me, and it was very much like it was a delight playing through this game with you, early in the year, Logan, and the continually refreshing mix-up in gameplay throughout the game, like the fact that every level, both of your characters get new abilities, and you have to figure out how those new abilities are going to work and engage with the puzzles and the environments and stuff. And even those abilities are different between the characters. So we could go back and switch characters and have like a whole fresh new playthrough of the game and like experience entirely new things the whole way through. Like that was wonderful, and I think the biggest strength of this game for me, and it outweighed poor pacing in the narrative, and then just kind of a really weird off kilter, as you kind of touched on, like potentially traumatic narrative in terms of like the different story beats, and like it is obviously a game about a couple that is on the brink of divorce and separating, and it tries to do the rom-com thing of like, oh, by the end of the story, like let's get them back together. They'll rekindle their love, and the pacing of it is just such that like for 80% of the game, you're like, these people should not be together. I get why they are getting a divorce. They hate each other, and they are terribly like incompatible for one another. And then it tries to like spin it way too late in the game to try and like, have its cake and eat it too. And it just didn't work for me in that regard. And the elements of trying to make the daughter cry is just like, you are also not only are you bad for each other, you're bad for your daughter. Like whatever the British equivalent of like child protective services should be stepping in is a negative element of that game. But the gameplay throughout is just continually engaging and fun. The fact that like pretty much every level has like the collectibles in this game are other mini games and stuff that you can just play with the other person are fun and a delight. And we constantly were trying to kind of like one up each other over the course of our let's play. So yeah, like the gameplay of this is certainly what I will remember and stand out. And as I think I kind of alluded to earlier, like the reason it didn't end up ranking higher for me was also in part because it is a co-op only experience, and I couldn't just like, if I had an inkling of like, oh, it'd be fun to go back and like replay some of those, like the snow globe level or something like that, I would have to coordinate and get another person on board to hop in and do that, and I would much rather just be like, or I just want to hop in and like, even if you give me crappy AI to do it, like let me have crappy AI to do it so I can kind of experience the thing on my own. But that's obviously not the mission of their studio over at Hazelight. So but yeah, It Takes Two, solid game. Totally understandable seeing it make its way up to number 4 on your list.
Unquestionably not a family game, though.
Yes. Yes.
Cannot emphasize that enough.
Despite
not a family game.
Despite the Game Awards, yes, not exactly going for that market. My number 3 is and I don't know where you have this one, Logan, because I think you're the other one that would still have it on your list. Is Hitman 3.
Ooh.
You haven't decided if it's your number 3 or not, so we can circle around to it when we get to you.
Yeah, we can, but yeah, I would probably have it around the same spot as well.
Yeah,
so we can just have a conversation now if you want.
And then we'll wait until we kind of loop around to your spot for it. But unlike you, who decided to not do Resident Evil 8 at 8, I did decide to go for the symmetry of Hitman 3 at 3.
3 at 3.
So I do love that. We will talk about that when we make its way on to Logan's list there. Cameron, what is your number 3?
So my number 3 is going to be Deathloop.
Deathloop. Okay.
I have it higher.
Okay.
Logan still has it higher. All right. Then we will cover that in a little bit. Frank, where are you at for number 3?
Yeah. So yeah, my number 3 is going to be Resident Evil 8.
All right.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah. I really liked this one. And so like I don't have a huge history with Resident Evil, like the franchise. Like I'm familiar with it. It's been huge for like my whole life, but I have only really started getting into it with like 7. And I really liked 7, and then 8. Like I think I might even like 8 more, at least like a lot of the beginning.
Interesting.
Like the gameplay was so good and so fun, and I also loved the puzzles, and like I got through pretty much all the puzzles. I looked up like one, but like they're all so creative and fun, and I got stuck at one for like a little bit too long
Yeah.
where you had to open a
Yeah.
door
Yeah.
and it was missing an eyeball, and then I had an eyeball ring, but the ring didn't go in the door, and then I was like, oh, you have to take the eye out of the ring and then put it in there, but it took me a little bit too long to like figure that out because you can inspect the items and like take them apart in
No,
certain
it's
ways.
totally understandable. That's the bullshit Resident Evil's known for. Yeah.
But that's what I kind of love about it. Like I like that you can get these like items, and if you hold on to them, you can combine them, and like you'll get a doll head and the doll's body, and if you combine them both, you can sell it for more money than it was worth apart. And like there's a bunch of stuff like that, and like then that goes into the puzzles and stuff like that too, where you have to like open things and turn things around, and like you have to like I like that you have to actually like inspect the items and like pay attention and read things. And like the other thing I really enjoyed about it was that it is like I didn't get like super scared because like horror games don't do a ton for me like that, but there is like a lot of really creepy atmosphere and really awesome designs and just really cool work that went into it. And it has one of my favorite horror sequences I've ever seen in a game, which is when it like part of the thing I think that's not scary about it is because you have all these weapons and you have all these like you know like you're not it's never though you're scrounging for ammo, it's like, oh, I have a shotgun and I have all this stuff, so even when something scary attacks me, I can just shoot it in the face. And there's a whole sequence where they just take away everything you have, and it becomes just like a first person escape room. And I was like, well, this is great because it's just this really intense escape room, and then this crazy thing starts chasing you, and it's like really creepy and weird, and the audio design is like amazing. And like that was one of my favorite sequences I've ever played like in a horror game. And like this is another one that I've just thought a lot about, and like I've told people about like cool things in it. Like one of my friends who is a DM and does like DMing stuff, I was like, okay, so they're like these lichens, but they have like crow bat wings and like man bat, and then they come in and fly and attack you. Like I'm like, you can do something with that, you know? Like you could put that in like a D&D campaign. Like that's like this really cool horror gothic thing. But yeah, like there's just so much in the game I really enjoyed, and ultimately at the end of the day it's just fun. Like I think it's just really fun to play and go through, and I do almost want to like keep replaying it, even though at this point I've only played through it once.
I think that's all totally valid, right? Like Resident Evil 8 is built off of the success and kind of reinvention of the series that started with 7, and you had the 2 and 3 remakes, right? And it's kind of coming in that same lineage. For me, I think 7 is like a perfect horror game, right? I've talked about it before. Like I think the first act of Resident Evil 7 in particular is like one of the best things I've ever played, period, right? Like it is like I think it's just like a flawless piece of game. And I think the second and third act are still great, if not quite the same high. And I think for me, I like 7 a bit more because I think it did lean more into you don't know what's going on, right? Delving more into like psychological horror, right? Like it is much more grounded and real, which I think for me at least works in terms of like being scarier, which in this house with like this
That's
crazy
totally
family, right? Yeah, and I think I loved that. 8 is you nailed it. It is gothic. It is operatic. It is this larger than life thing, right? Almost from the jump, like opening seconds. And so you have to kind of deal with the ramifications of that. I also think that maybe the biggest issue with 8 is that it peaks too early, right? Like I think the best villain of the game you kind of deal with very early into that game. And then from there, it never really hits the same highs, I think, which is sort of unfortunate. A little bit like 7, but more pronounced in 8, I think, because she is just such a larger than life, ridiculous, and memeable character, right? And
that's a great sequence, like that, like in her castle in the game
right?
is like
great.
One of the outstanding like
I just wish it had been
game.
in like the last act and not like the first act of the game, right?
For sure.
And like that's sort of the unfortunate part of it, right? Like, but I mean, I think there are elements of 8 that work. For me, it's not my favorite Resident Evil game. I probably would have it below 7 and the Resident Evil 2 remake, and above 3 remake, right? And I haven't played 4, so don't yell at me for that. But like that's sort of where I'd put it, like third out of the last like 4. It's definitely better than 5 because 5 is terrible.
And 6.
But like, yeah, right. But like it's probably my third favorite Resident Evil game. And yeah, it is operatic. It is gothic. It is very clearly inspired by those stories and take stuff from that. What I think that 8 does really well is continuing to evolve, like you said, Frank, like being able to inspect shit, right? And like discover new things from that, right? Being able to combine things and take things apart, right? Like being able to sell things for gear, right? Like I think those are things that have always been present in the series that 8 really does better, and that 8 really explores more and more in depth. And while it doesn't hit the highs of 7, it definitely is still a utterly unique experience, which I find so refreshing, right? Even the Resident Evil games that don't click with me as much, like this one, are still just unlike anything else you're going to play that year. And that's kind of cool and that's kind of rad. And I enjoy we're getting Resident Evil games like these that are so distinct and so special than ones like 5 and 6, which I felt very much were trying to be something else.
Yeah, no, I agree with a lot of that. And like, because I think the ending of 8 is definitely a little bit weak too. And I think
It's a
if they
weird
did
one.
kind of swap it like that, that probably would
Yeah.
have been stronger. But I also thought the ending of 7 was weak too. Like once everything from when you get in the boat, I was like, is like, I think like kind of downhill. So I thought I kind of like was almost expecting it, or was like more forgiving of it in 8 maybe a little bit than I should have been. Because like I think to Pardo, I think even your point, like the story in 7 is a lot better than in 8. Like the actual A to B like plot and like what
Sure.
you're doing and going through. And in 8, it does get like off the rails insane, which I was like, all right, I'm allowing a lot of this to happen. And
Yeah.
I almost thought it was funny too that it's like in the story of the game, it's like canonized, like that the healing stuff actually works. Like because it's not even outside you healing with like the liquid stuff. He like gets his hand cut off at one point and then just puts it back
Yeah.
on and uses the stuff in like a cutscene.
It's
And I was like, I thought that was hilarious to me. Like, that like this is just they're off the rails doing like crazy stuff. But like, yeah, it was still just like a fun time.
I think per the James Bond conversation we were having before recording, Resident Evil 8 very much strikes me as a better, but like it is a man with a golden gun. It is The World Is Not Enough. It is a movie that like, is it great? I don't know, maybe not, but like it's fun and it's ridiculous and it's absurd and like it mostly works, right? And like I think there's something charming in those kind of games and movies. And I think me and Frank each are people who have soft spots in our heart for those kind of things, whether they're James Bond movies or Resident Evil games. And Resident Evil 8 very much is that kind of game. And yeah, it is ridiculous and absurd and larger than life. And yeah, I just find that really fun, I think, and really charming.
All right. Logan, time to lock in your number 3.
I will say, because I'm a coward and won't change it from what I told you earlier, I will keep Hitman 3 at number 3. Honestly, really all my top 3, I think all have a legitimate case be made for being my game of the year. And Hitman 3, I'm partially swayed by because right before we started recording, I was playing Hitman again. I was like, I should just pop in and play a Hitman mission. And it's really good, guys. Hitman's really, really good. I think that, yeah, I mean, me and Trevor, it was fun to watch Trevor fall in love with Hitman this year. And like just completely go down the rabbit hole. It was great, right? Like, I think that these games are so incredibly deep and so smart and so well structured and like created worlds, no matter what location you're in. I think what they've been able to achieve with all 3 of these games, including obviously building up to Hitman 3 here, is legitimately probably one of the best gaming trilogy of games, right? Like there's not a downbeat in any of the series, and it ends with, I would say, the strongest of the 3. The fact that they're just like you can just walk around and explore any of these maps in Hitman 3, and that can be almost its own fun, right? Just like eavesdropping on stories, right? And like hearing what other characters are talking about over here, and like watching a fireworks display, right? Or just like standing in the rain, listening to a woman's story, right? Like this game does stuff so well in terms of just creating a living, breathing world. That alone would make it one of my favorite games of the year. And then you actually get to the gameplay itself, right? And the ability to literally just create any sort of almost story within a story you want within a Hitman, right? In terms of how you execute the execution, of how you take down enemies, if you go stealthy, gun blazing, how you go about it if you go stealthy, right? What objects you use, what like poison you might want to use, right? Like the game just gives you so many things to do. It is, I think, the ultimate like sandbox game of just playing with all the tools at your disposal and kind of creating your own stories from there. And it also, to tie back into James Bond yet again, has me so incredibly excited to see what they can do with the James Bond video game. But yeah, like I just think there's so much here to have fun with, and the locations have probably never been better. This game has my favorite level in any Hitman game, which obviously is essentially what is just the Knives Out level. Which that whole sequence is very much known for being like my favorite gaming sequence of any game I played this year. I just think it is so much fun and endlessly replayable. And me and Trevor did a whole Let's Play about it. You should go watch. And it was dumb and fun and goofy and silly. And I just think Hitman 3 is fantastic. And even talking about it, I'm like, damn, maybe it should be higher. I don't know, but like Hitman 3 is great. Like it's just a fantastic video game.
Yeah. I mean, we solved the mystery on that in that Let's Play.
Yeah, it was a great Let's Play.
Before I dive into my thoughts on it, Cam, I want to give you the floor for, because it was your number 6.
Yeah, it's a game that I think has a lot to give. You know, I think the Hitman series is one that kind of like really blew me away. It's one that I didn't pay attention to back in its original run. And I can't believe how wrong I was about Hitman 1 and Hitman 2 prior to just binging them super hard a couple years ago. And like it's really just such a phenomenal game, and it's such a special studio. There's something very, very special about that team. That even to the point that Square Enix recognized that, you know, Hitman won't be Hitman unless this team is working on it. And so they signed over just like the IP of Hitman over to them. That's one of like the nicer special moments in gaming. But really, I think that they did such an amazing job. They really have taken a story that is, you know, you don't need to pay attention to, but if you do, it's interesting. And the reason you go to these locales, the reason they're so varied, the way that everything is just so dedicated towards creating a series and sets of puzzles that require a combination of willingness to wait and be patient, along with just decisive action, and the way that they handle that is just so brilliant. One of my favorite moments of gaming this year was basically doing things in a cryptically secret way that basically unlocked everything I needed to. But I still had one last task to do, which is kill the target. And so right after, when we're all walking out of the room, I decide I take these stairs, and from this angle, and just throw this knife just right into their head. And it's such a just like cathartic, just like that thwomp when it enters the head, and it's just like you just feel accomplished. And there's moments where these hard to pull off things happen that you struggled and you socially engineered your way into making happen. And when they finally do, and you're just like left with that like deep satisfaction of it happening, and then also hearing that check off your checklist of like ways you could have done it. It does such an amazing job on so many levels. I love Hitman 3.
Yeah, 2021 was very much a like year of giving games a second chance for me. And Hitman was kind of the first instance of that at the beginning of the year. Like we talked a little bit about when we talked about Frank's kind of honorable mentions, like the Yakuza series. Like the beginning part of my year was playing through a few Yakuza games, waiting until Hitman 3 kind of hit and dropped. And then I was like, just Hitman 3 was like the thing I was playing for the next like 2 months, it felt like. A lot of those early Let's Plays of this year were basically just like doing different Hitman levels or doing the featured contracts and stuff like that. And it was just a ton of fun, constantly hopping in and playing around with the like incredible level design across those games. I had first tried to dabble with the first Hitman in this trilogy a couple years ago after seeing like the Giant Bomb, highlights and stuff. And like I enjoyed it. I played the Paris level, a handful of times, but it didn't click with me, and I didn't even make it through like every level of that first game. But the fact that with Hitman 3, like you can play the entire trilogy in that launcher and stuff made it just that much more like, oh, okay, I've got everything all in one place now. So I'm going to go through and like I played it in a little bit of a weird order where I would play like missions in Hitman 3 before like going back and experiencing some of the story stuff from those first two games. So there were definitely like some elements where I was like, "Oh, that guy's a good guy now." Okay. And then I would kind of go back in and like and fill in the pieces, but the like just yeah the level design across the board wonderful. The Dartmoor Manor, yeah, absolutely is the standout, you know, as a murder mystery. Just like fun, complete deviation from like you could have made that just the level and not having to kill anybody, and it's still like an incredibly fun experience going through and examining and exploring that house. And it does a great job of kind of like leaning on the things that are sometimes most rewarding in Hitman is exploring, you know, the nooks and crannies you don't need to go into at all, but you'll find, you know, a fun new way to kill somebody in one of those places, or you'll find like a fun little side story happening between a couple characters. And there was just such a joy to like that exploration and the replayability of these games in particular is just so freaking phenomenal. That like the fact that like almost every target has like a few very scripted and fun ways to take these people out, let alone just whatever off the wall stuff you decide to come up with. Like I love that it kind of gives you like, hey, here are some ways to explore this that we think will leave you very satisfied, but also, you know, completely like takes the reins off and lets you go nuts with it if you want. I love the continued support of that game over the course of the year. Like as soon as they announced the 7 Deadly Sins like pack of levels that they were going to be doing to kind of like reskin and give new objectives in each of the levels in Hitman 3, I bought the whole thing. I still haven't like really gone back and like enjoyed them. That's maybe something I'll do kind of early here in 2022. But yeah, it was just so much fun. As much as I love the Dartmoor Manor level, there's also something I really want to shout out. The Berlin level is also just like incredible. Like I remember like in the moment, like they take everything away from you and you're kind of on your own. You don't have like a voice in your ear telling you like the next steps. And I was like, I hate that. I really want like kind of guidance on what I should be doing. But like getting through it and like then going back and like replaying that level, and it is like you're on your own. You have to figure out how you're going to take out each of these things. And it is like the most targets of any of the levels and stuff, because you or potentially the most targets, because you have like 7, I think, enemies out there kind of like constantly on the lookout for you, that you kind of have to take out. Was just such a like a wonderful like inversion of everything that had been set up before it, but still like it was kind of like, okay, we're going to completely take the training wheels off now and see how you, you know, hold your own in this. And you know, we believe in you, the player, to be able to do it. Even if you've only played this game, you've learned enough from the earlier couple levels that like, we trust that you'll be fine. And yeah, it was just such a joy to play through Hitman 3 and as well as the other Hitman games this year for the first time. If I had I did put together, I don't know if I'll actually do like a write-up on it or anything like that, but it was like the Hitman games are very high up on my like list of games that I played this year for the first time that didn't come out this year kind of thing. Because yeah, playing through Hitman 1 and 2 as well this year was a delight and a joy. And just like I spent so much time just going back and trying to basically complete all the challenges I could in so many of those levels, just to see what they would do and how they would play out, and see those kind of like puzzle pieces come into place.
Click into piece,
so ton of fun.
That is, I mean, yep. Even just playing it again for like an hour before we started this podcast, it was just, the games just work so well. Like there's some, I think, of the best just made games where just everything clicks and works. And like Trevor already said, it might be what I play for January as well now, just dive more into Hitman, because those games are just fantastic.
Moving on to my number 2. I think I'm the only one that ended up playing this one this year, despite my many exclamations of why people should check this game out. But that is going to be Life is Strange: True Colors. Am I correct? Nobody else made it to this one?
No.
Unfortunately, I did not. No, it's sitting right here on my desk, but I didn't make it.
Quite all right.
I've heard a lot of great things from Trevor about it.
It's out there, something for you to all enjoy here in 2022 now. Life is Strange: True Colors. Such a like it. So I came to the first Life is Strange a little late. I basically like waited until the whole thing was out, and then I played it a few months after that. So back in like 2014, I think it was like on a lot of people's Game of the Years. I didn't play it until 2016. Switch that. Like it was on people's Game of the Years in 2015. I didn't play it till 2016. And like was very touched by that story. Life is Strange 2 came out. I played it like the tail end of that year, a couple years ago, and it ended up like shooting up to my number 2 on my list that year, I think. And Life is Strange: True Colors has that similar distinction, but I played it basically like when it came out and loved it. I want to give some shout outs to Erica Mori as Alex Chen, Han Soto as Gabe Chen, and Katie Bentz as Steph Gingrich in particular. I think those were 3 of my favorite performances of the year in any game. The entire town of Haven Springs that you're kind of put into is just so rich and full of wonderful Life is Strange characters. It doesn't have, I don't think it has as many like, wow, the conflict of the game isn't let's try and make your character story as sad as possible by taking everything away from them and kind of leaving them on their own.
That's refreshing though.
So there's definitely tragedy and sadness in Alex Chen's life that you kind of then have to struggle through and kind of like grow and move past. But like it was almost a more uplifting kind of story. And at its heart, it turns more into like, let's try and solve the mystery of like what else is going on in this town with your friends that are here with you. And the fact that it kind of returns to the roots of like the original Life is Strange, in that like the whole thing takes place in this town. You're not like with Life is Strange 2, you're not like traveling down the coast and that kind of thing. Like it is like every level you can basically like visit, the same parts of the town and see kind of what's changing. There's a lot of like fun to discover even in that. Like the town is so rich that like even completely ancillary background characters have arcs over the course of the game that are fun to like discover and kind of like track along with as you go. Episode 3 in particular has a wonderful kind of like standout sequence for the year for me in terms of like its kind of climax and like the way it brings a lot of these characters together to tell a very particular story for the benefit of another character within the game is a very like wonderful and uplifting thing. And then the fact that like it just is also playing with the it's like I have to kind of stay vague on this because it is a fun kind of like spoilery thing that I don't want to like ruin for people. But it's a fun, delightful element. Was it Sound Waves? I don't remember. But the DLC that is basically like you playing, a year in the life of Steph, kind of the year before True Colors takes place, is another like also just delightful element to explore and have some fun with in this game. And yeah, it's just such a wonderful time. I had so much fun with it. It very quickly shot to the top of my Life is Strange rankings of things. And it also gave me, it inspired me to go back and play Before the Storm, which was the one Life is Strange I had not played. And like I enjoyed that, and I enjoyed like, seeing some of these characters kind of like in a past life that I had not experienced yet. But yeah, Life is Strange: True Colors, top to bottom, great performances, and just a wonderful story all around that I think had a lot more joy in it, then I feel like so many of the Life is Strange stories are great, but they're also like mired in sadness and tragedy and heartbreak. And while those aren't, completely gone and absent from this game, it isn't a game about those elements, that I think made it for so much more of like an enjoyable experience. The fact, I mean, I haven't even talked about like, I remember going into this being like, her powers are like empathy, the power of empathy. You can basically see how people are feeling, and kind of like the way the game uses that to further and deepen the relationships between characters and tell the story that it's trying to tell was especially in a time where we are disconnected, and empathy is sometimes in short supply. It that was just another element that in particular I think resonated for me very well. So Life is Strange True Colors, play it, go play it, damn it, just play it.
I will say that nothing you've said has sold me more in the game than the last like 2 minutes of what you said, of just like, it is not just a game about tragedy, essentially, right? And how it utilizes empathy as a power. I find, I mean, I was already going to play it because I love Life is Strange games, but that is the thing that has like most been like, oh, I find that really interesting and refreshing.
Yeah.
So that has me
Yeah.
more excited to check it out.
I totally agree with you, because I also do want to check it out, even though I haven't yet. But I do kind of like the fact that there's a little bit more like joy and warmth there.
Yeah.
And from what I've seen, there's like some of those like small town vibes, and like I've always grown up in a big city, but like I can get that warmth and that Lifetime movie kind of vibe, like, I mean that in a good way. I guess it depends on how you view those, but like I kind of like that, and so I definitely want to check that out. So like that'll probably be something I need to check out in the new year at some point.
Yeah,
and get those trophies.
There you go. Yeah, I mean, even that, like the collectibles in this game that you kind of need are harken back to like the photographs of the first game a little bit, in that like they are other things in the world that Alex can kind of use her empathy power to get just like backstory fleshed out and stuff. Like
cool.
one of the early ones you can find is like a dent in a room where somebody like very clearly like was pissed off and they kicked the wall and created a dent, and you can kind of like hone in and use your power on that to like flash back to that moment. And you don't see it, but it's like it's you hear the dialogue of what led up to it, and even that gets used in fun and interesting ways over the course of the game to just flesh out the world and the history of these characters that your character was not yet around for. Sometimes it is very much a game, I think, and I talked about this, I think, when I originally kind of did it, or if not, I've definitely talked about it to some of you kind of off mic, but it is very much a game that like could absolutely be, a make or break game based on kind of like the ending that you get. Like if you get a good, quote unquote, good ending where, people in the town kind of like you and side with you in these like pivotal moments and stuff, like I think you are very much more likely to be invested and to like love this game. Whereas like if you didn't, do the right things, or you didn't make the right connections with people over the course of the 5 episodes, and these pivotal moments come and they kind of like, turn their back on you or something like that, you might end up feeling like, oh, this left me with a really bad time. And like I think that's equally valid for me. Like I had such a great time, and I didn't like there are clearly, just from like my playthrough, there are clearly things I missed and didn't do the quote unquote right way, but I still had like such a this was a game like I played through and I was like, I'm still happy with how I handled some of those situations, even if it didn't give me like the ideal min max best result at the end of the game. So shout out to Life is Strange True Colors. Before I throw it to you, Cameron, for your number 2, I just want to throw out here that I have what I'm fairly certain, like I'm 99.9% sure I have all of your guys's like last 2 games, and so I've kind of like populated the doc right now just to see like as my guesses of where you've put each of your games. And so I like, just for me personally, I have kind of like a fun like ooh, am I going to have guessed right, or are they going to like?
How well do I know
Are they
these
going
guys,
to have
right?
like
Yeah.
switched a little, like thrown a little end loophole for me here at the end? But Cam, hit me with your number 2.
Sorry, Meg.
You've had all
Yeah.
this time to prepare.
Sorry, I'm dealing with like the after effects of my booster.
Yeah.
My number 2 is we're at number 2, right? Just double checking.
Yes, you're number 2.
Okay, thank you. Emily is Away 3.
All right, I nailed my predictions for Cameron. Haha, excellent. So we still have Emily is Away 3 out there for Logan. So because I know it's another one. I know it's on your list somewhere. So it'll either be your number 2 or your number 1. So we'll hold off still a little bit more to talk about Emily is Away 3 when we get to it on Logan's list. I am correct, Logan, right? That it's on your list still.
Yes.
Yeah, you didn't throw us for a curveball and say, actually, no, fuck Kyle Seeley. I've dropped it entirely from my top 10.
No.
Okay, cool. Frank, let's throw it over to you for
Yeah,
your
so my
2.
so my number 2 is going to be the Artful Escape.
Haha, I nailed Frank's predictions too. Excellent. So yeah, Artful Escape. Let's chat about that. It was obviously number 9 on my list. So yeah, but I knew it was going to be high on your list, Frank, just from having talked about this game with you earlier. So actually, since it is higher on your list, I'll kind of let you have kind of the last words on it and just kind of share my thoughts on it first here. Obviously, like we've talked about this a lot, it was my game of PAX last year, or 2020 now, I guess. I love just kind of the aesthetic, the art design, the sound design of this game was phenomenal. But I was very curious to see how that would end up kind of playing out over the course of like an entire game. And we also played it like before like the voice cast, I think, got announced or anything like that. So like the fact that you have like Carl Weathers in there, like, you know, in a very like fun and engaging role. Jason Schwartzman's in there for like some fun banter back and forth with you. And I don't remember who the other, Lena Headey, I think was one of the other like, you know, stars that Annapurna was basically able to like bring in for the project. They all, you know, have fun, incredible, great performances. I, as somebody who is neither like a Bob Dylan-esque folk fan nor David Bowie-esque, you know, Star Child kind of like the fact that like neither of those real music genres like say anything to me, and are very much like the focal points of this story and kind of the struggle that that Francis Vendetti, your character, has of like trying to live up to the folklore, you know, Bob Dylan-esque uncle that he has, while wanting to carve his own path, was still incredibly fun and engaging, and yeah, just taking a wild, trippy, psychedelic flights through the cosmos were a lot of fun. Gameplay stayed largely as kind of simplistic as I think you know, we experienced at PAX, but that wasn't like a bad thing. This isn't a game that's trying to get by on its gameplay. The fact that it is just kind of like a little bit of Simon Says here and there, and the rest of the time you can just be holding down the X button to shred along these crazy alien landscapes, and play some crazy electric, you know, psychedelic guitar. Was a ton of fun. And then yeah, just kind of the like the relationship that your character builds with some of these other characters, and kind of the grander story that they are on, I think was a ton of fun. I had a great time with it. So Frank, I will toss it to you.
Yeah, no, I'm totally with you on a lot of that. I think you kind of hit the nail on the head for a lot of what makes the game great. Like, I'm also kind of with you where I'm not the biggest like folk Bob Dylan fan, or kind of that space opera kind of like David Bowie, Ziggy Stardust kind of like vibe. I don't dislike it, but it's definitely just not my thing. But it's like, I still enjoyed this game a ton because I think it tells this really awesome story of like, wanting to forge your own path and find who you are and not necessarily kind of like be in some of it's like that coming of age tale kind of thing, but it's also wild and insane because you're in space and talking to aliens. And so it's definitely just like weird and funny in a lot of ways. And part of what attracted me to it, besides the fact that it has like this really awesome soundtrack, because I definitely love music and games, is it's also really funny, especially in the beginning. Like I think sometimes like the interactions with the people in your hometown before you leave to go to space is like they're all so hilarious, and like some of the people are like music hipster snobs, and some of these people are like the dude who's like busking on the street is giving you shit about like nepotism, about how like you're the nephew of Bob Dylan, and then you're like, you're busking on the street, like your opinion means nothing to me. Like I their interaction is like so funny to me. And yeah, so like that is what I think really appealed, is a lot. That was what I found really appealing about a lot of the game, and because they do kind of keep that humor up all the way through. And I also do really love I love the way they inject little different things that kind of let you flavor your story. And that kind of is one of those things that like this is better by being a game than it is by being something else, because they let you get to like pick your name and pick like your clothes and your guitar and like all these other little random things that you get to like do that just kind of flavor your adventure and your backstory, and like you get to be who you want to be. And like I thought that was really cool that it's one of the way the gameplay kind of backs up that story element of like, kind of going on a journey and becoming a different person. And yeah, like it's also just super beautiful, a lot of really cool visuals, like it's like a kaleidoscope. Like it's so cool to just run through the world playing guitar and watching everything like just manifest and change and light up and glow. And I ended up buying some part of the soundtrack on vinyl that they did release. It's just the folk Johnson Vendetti stuff, but it's still really good. Like when I was on the fence about it, I went and pulled up the YouTube listing and listened to it, and I was like, "Yeah, I'll buy this. This is really good." But yeah, like I definitely recommend this game a lot. And to your other point that you made there, I do think the gameplay is super simplistic. I think that helps with some of the like accessibility of just so other people who necessarily aren't like hardcore gamers can come in and just get like a cool story and a cool experience without it being like this hardcore platformer like Meat Boy or something. Like because I could definitely see somebody like my sister who enjoys those kind of music, like I could be like, hey, check this out, this is a really cool thing I think you'd like. But if it's like really complex platforming, I think it kind of almost takes part of the story away. So that's just, but it is definitely a simplistic kind of easygoing kind of game.
Yeah.
But it's definitely a one I recommend.
Yeah. Very cool. All right, Logan, hit us with your number 2.
My number 2 game of the year that I'm saying right now is actually the game that I think I might have enjoyed the most this year. But I'm structuring mine a little bit different. And that's going to be Deathloop.
All right, I was 3 for 3, guys. I know you all well.
This actually switched during this podcast. Actually slipped my 1 and 2. But yeah, it's going to be Deathloop. Trevor already had on his list, I believe.
As did Cameron, yeah.
Yeah, Cameron. Yeah, and I don't think Frank has it higher than me. In fact,
I've played it, but it's not on my list.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, Deathloop is great, right? I think it's a fantastic video game experience. I think the world of Black Reef is so interesting and so dynamic, and the way that the island and the city kind of centers change from morning to noon to afternoon to night is really, really fun to see every time how it plays out. I think the story is super trippy and great and fun, and it's a really, I think, ingenious concept for a video game to kind of incorporate, you dying and bringing it back, and kind of that like roguelite almost dynamic to it. And the weapons are great. The combat's fantastic. I think once you get essentially like the plasmid style things from like BioShock, you get those like slab abilities. The game really opens up and allows for really creative ways to take down enemies and to traverse the city and the Black Reef locations. And then, yeah, I think that dynamic between Juliana and Colt is one that I find really fun and I find really interesting. And that is a great I don't even not even like protagonist antagonist relationship, just like two characters dynamics and back and forth in relationship, and the shit they give each other and the way they play with each other I think is really really smart and clever. And I think all of the various kind of people you're trying to take down to break the loop get some sort of like moment or line to kind of shine a little bit. And I think this is a game in particular that I found the story to be strengthened by all the notes you're able to find and all the recordings you'll be able to play as you kind of walk around. I think really fleshes out the various characters and their feuds and relationships and possible fallen outs. I think Deathloop is super smart. It is the first game, right, in this kind of universe of games, kind of going from Dishonored to now, and that I've played and also really loved and really enjoyed, right? It has me curious if I would enjoy the Dishonored games in the same way. And yeah, I just found it to be such a cool, stylish shooter, and it is probably the most fun I had with any game so far this year.
So I will jump in here, and then I will throw it to you, Cam, to wrap us up on Deathloop here. Deathloop was I think one of my most anticipated, if not my most anticipated game of the year, given my love of the Dishonored series. I think Arcane is like a really special studio in terms of like their level design and whatnot. And playing the final product was very much like I very much loved my time with the game, and it was not, I don't think disappointing is the right word, but it was interesting and fascinating to me that this was a game I played through and I beat the game, like I finished kind of like Colt's story or whatever, and then didn't go back to it all. Like I didn't try and like replay days or anything like that. And there's an element of like realizing, oh, well, like I had already replayed so many of those days and times of days in different areas in the lead up to that like final story beat, that like it wasn't like Dishonored where, okay, I'm gonna run through and do like the low chaos run and like just stealth and knock everybody out, or the high chaos run where I'm just gonna kill everybody in every level kind of thing. Like there wasn't that version of this game. And I think that one of the things that ultimately did like kind of drop it a few spots down on my list is that like it didn't have that diversity of gameplay, in that there is no non-lethal approach to this game. Like there's you can just kind of like hide and avoid everybody, but there is no like knock people out and then kind of like hide a body somewhere or something like that. It is, you take somebody out, they're dead, and they just disappear off the map or whatever. And so I kind of like missed that element that is my preferred way to play a Dishonored type of game, is like the more stealthy route. Like, yes, the high chaos kill everything is fun, but like I appreciate the puzzle kind of that you have to solve to take people out and not get caught. And this game doesn't really afford you that opportunity. There is still like puzzles in that, like, hey, people will, notice missing bodies, or they'll see kind of the remnants stuff on the ground or whatever.
A little goo.
Yeah. But it was missing that element of it that I think has been like the standout of Dishonored games for me. So it didn't rank as highly for me in that regard, but it's still, a masterclass in creating these like puzzle like areas there's a million different ways to solve this puzzle, go forth and have fun with it. And the element of Juliana basically just being pure chaos introduced into the game. Like in a Dishonored game, everybody is going to follow along, the scripted path that they have. And it's pretty hard to like break them from that path. Or if you do break them from that path, they will eventually like go back to that path. Like those rules are set in place and kind of like a staple of these games. So you, the player, can figure out, okay, I know what they're going to do. I know what their path is. I just need to kind of work around that. But then like you get the, Juliana Blake is on the hunt or whatever that like invades your game. And it's like, oh shit, all bets are off because I have no idea what she's going to do, what she's going to introduce to this. And, oh, she's killed me. And, oh, she's killed me again. And fuck, I'm on my last life. how do I how do I either like escape from her or try and like get the drop on her to take her out. Is an element that I both loved and hated in equal measure, just because of the kind of that experience and the stress that added to the game. That you know, I like the rules that I can kind of play by and break. I don't like the game deciding to break those rules. And that's as somebody who never turned it on so like it was other people invading my game. It was still the AI for me, and I can just imagine that if it had been other people invading, that would add a whole extra layer of like, okay, Cameron just hopped in my game and just completely fucked me over. Thanks, Cameron. Fuck you. Because that was the energy that we were seeing online from so many of our friends that were, hopping in and playing Juliana in those early days when the game first came out. I was just like, yep, that is not the experience that is going to better my time with Deathloop. But I appreciate it that it is there for the people that do want to, embrace that level of chaos. So yeah, lots of fun with Deathloop. And the most surprising thing of the game might have been the fact that like I played it and I was done with it and have not really had the urge to like go back in and see other things that I hadn't seen, discover the things that like I know there's more out there to discover for me, and I just was not drawn into to go and discover them. Cameron, was it your number 3? I think
it was my number 3.
Yeah.
Yep.
So hit us with your thoughts on Deathloop here.
Avoiding just echoing everything that you guys have already talked about. I'll just touch on my history with Arcane has been since the first trailer for Dishonored. I have just been a fan of theirs, and it's just grown and grown and grown. I'm not like Prey was touching into like long time phobias of mine, so I skipped that.
Same.
Yeah. And it's like, but I know that it was going to be an amazing game, and seeing it top lists for a lot of people did not surprise me. And seeing them tackle something so different, I think that, like you said, Deathloop is not a game that you can do that Dishonored knockout, low chaos run type thing. It can't, like, this is a game that is deliberate, and it's saying, no, you can't do that this time. You have to, like, there is a level of chaos and what's the word I'm like the kind of like like the kinetic energy of this place, of these characters, of these objectives, propels you forward as you go through it, and it's very kinetic. It's very like it's something very physical about this game in a very abstract sense that is just, it very much embraces that confrontational oomph that I just feel like so many things have, whether it's the interactions with the I was gonna like try to remember what the name, like the random name they have for the commanding people in the game, but screw it. The like your former cohort, like the
bosses,
like the bosses, yeah, the boss of the game, like the bosses react totally differently to Colt whenever he shows up. And I don't mean like, oh, they react differently each time. I mean, they each have an individual reaction when they're confronted by Colt and how they approach that. And I love so many of these characters because these characters are so wild and crazy. And it's so fun to see the pseudoscience meets the psychedelic, meets the kind of ritziness of the 60s in such a great way. And to kind of like see the degradation of the island as the day goes on, as people lose more and more of themselves into this chaotic energy that they dwell on, leading to like the nighttime being like absolutely chaotic everywhere. And it's so much fun. And it does such a great job of, because the hook of the game is, let me get that perfect loop. And I think Trevor's right about it not having a distinct replayability as far as Cold story like side of things go, because that once you get that perfect loop, like, yeah, you can go back and try different ways, but there are certain aspects of certain characters that like they only show up at one point during the day. That's it. So you can't, if you want to go ahead and try to score a perfect loop while altering your previous one, you have to take that into consideration. You don't get to make as much creative freedom with it. because they're artificially constraining you with certain scheduling, and it's smart. It keeps you on your toes. But one thing I really enjoyed about this game is that it embraces what makes Arcane special as a studio, in regards to its ability to mix quick action with stealth and level design in a way that I cannot think off the top of my head another studio that is this good at it. I do not know if there's another studio that is this masterful with creative solutions to complex problems on this scale. Because every other game might have like, oh, well, that one level. Everybody will be like, oh, well, there's that one level. Deathloop is a game where all the levels are that peak of just excellent quality in regards to it. Gosh, I love it. I love it so much. But like Trevor, I didn't really go back to it after I beat it. But getting that perfect loop for the first time, like discovering the little secrets and idiosyncrasies of all the different bosses, their secret relationships with each other and how that plays out. It's great, but it's also like, I'm glad that there's like an option where I don't have to be with Frank when I have to kill him, because it broke my heart having to kill him face to face the first time. Gosh,
you're talking the character Frank, not.
Sorry,
Frank.
Sorry,
Frank.
This is
Here on the
this
podcast.
was recorded prematurely. Cameron's at your front door.
Yeah, this has all been pre-recorded, everybody.
Yeah.
The slipping into narcolepsy moments as well. All planned out. Like Frank in the game is like, there's so many amazing characters. Juliana especially. I love Juliana as an adversary.
Yeah, she's rad.
Frank's great. You have like all of them. All of them are great. They're wonderful. And by that I mean they're all total assholes and you want to kill them. Except for Frank, who I don't know anybody who's like, yeah, I really enjoyed shooting Frank in the face. Why would you enjoy that? Frank is just there to have a good time.
I loved that, and without diving too deep into like spoiler territory but yeah, like Frank was one that like I probably only did the one time that I had to do it, but that was not because of Frank. That was more because like I didn't like the fight in the lead up to Frank, where you are like bereft of your abilities and you don't like including your like, hey, if you die here, you're dead. Like you don't get to like resurrect or whatever. The fact that like he is in a fortress where you have to kind of like give over your slab powers made that like that is a very dangerous fight. So if I can avoid doing that one, I will avoid doing that one.
That's fair. There's ways of getting around that, by the way.
Oh yeah, I know there are, but that was one of those things of like that was one of the things I didn't like bother to go and unlock, and because you can basically take the thing and then go get it like unlocked and jailbroke, and then you can there's other entrances that you don't have to go through that method. Okay.
If you go through and you bust your way out a sideway, in following playthroughs in other loops going forward, you can just go to that place and break your way in from the outside, and you'll make your way in. It's a bit of a convoluted way to do it, but it's entirely possible to get like through that without having to lose your power.
And that's, but that is like the joy of the game, is like that there are like a million different approaches to some of these things.
And I just really don't think anybody does it at Arcane's level. I think that they have and Deathloop, I think, is an absolute like masterpiece at what they're trying to do.
Yeah.
Also the machete kills are so tight, like so good. I almost went through several runs where I just did melee. Like I didn't care about shooting guns, and even then the guns are fun to shoot, especially the specialty guns that you can pick up and find in places. And the way that they deal with things like, oh, I really like this gun, but oh, it's okay, but I did the thing so I can save my previous gun. It'll still be there for me in the next loop, but now I have this other gun. And it does such a great way of just exploring that. But shout out massively to the dual pistols turning into an SMG.
Yeah.
That weapon was so tight. It's like dreams of a gun I had when I was a kid. I'm going to take these two pistols and put them together. Now it's a machine gun. Like, brilliant. brilliant design on every level. I cannot give it enough praise of just how great of a game it is.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, and
Go ahead, Logan.
I was just gonna say, and for me personally, I didn't have much of the replayability issue didn't bother me as much either, I guess. But yeah, I mean, everything Cameron said is true. I think it is just a masterclass in what they were trying to achieve with the gameplay loop of the game, and yeah, it is another game I think that is unlike anything else that came out this year, and I just think, apart from everything that we've said, the visual style that they went for in this game, I just have to give like a final shout out to, because I think the game is beautiful, and the way they incorporate like 50s, like I think tech and also like Art Deco style into the game is just really rad, and I really, really dug it.
Yeah,
that 60s psychedelic sci-fi feel is just
it's
permeates
rad.
this game, and it's so freaking good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just the last little thing I want to say, kind of touching on some of the elements we talked about, like the fact that Arcane are kind of the masters of like level design here in the first person space, mixed with the fact that we also got like the masters in the third person space with IO Interactive and Hitman this year. It was just a great year for level design.
Yeah.
So
absolutely.
shout out to both those studios. All right, let's move on
Game of the Years.
to our big number ones. My number one, which if I'm correct, I believe is also Cameron's number one, Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker.
Oh.
Is that correct, Cameron?
That is correct. Earlier in the podcast, I announced I'd be breaking some rules. And the one rule that I massively broke, because I just felt I had to, was Final Fantasy XIV being a game that came out in a prior year, having an expansion that came out this year. Normally, I don't qualify expansions as being on my list. Normally, this would go in an honorable mention, but I had to put it in my top 10, and it definitely topped my number one.
Yeah. So because I think
did I say my number two?
Yeah, your number two is Emily's Away 3. We haven't talked about it yet because
yes, that's right. Because
it's going to be somebody else's number one. But yeah,
that's right. Thank you for catching that for me, because I was like, I swear I was supposed to talk about Emily's Away before I talked about Endwalker.
Yeah. No. So
okay.
yeah, I like I'll give my kind of thoughts here, because I imagine you will have plenty to say on Endwalker as well. So yeah, I mean, like there's certainly an element of this that is bolstered again in this being a year of like me giving a game a second chance. I picked up A Realm Reborn again for the first time since I think 2017 is when I originally tried to hop into it, and this time playing a different class of character where there was less pressure on me and I could just kind of like enjoy the game without feeling like I needed to be the one driving the ship in a lot of like the multiplayer dungeons and stuff like that, made this an infinitely better experience. The fact that, you know, I played through A Realm Reborn, Heaven's Word, Stormblood, and Shadowbringers all in the 6 months leading up to Endwalker coming out, and then basically spent the last month and change playing and finishing and completing Endwalker. It's been a lot of Final Fantasy XIV from this year, and it was a delight. I love like the symmetry of Final Fantasy after many years of me being disappointed with Final Fantasy games, going back to like Final Fantasy 12, the 13 trilogy, and ultimately 15. Like the fact that I've had back-to-back years with a Final Fantasy game as my game of the year is like melts my Final Fantasy 6 loving heart. The fact that this game leans so heavily on like the nostalgia for Final Fantasy 4, which has long been like my second favorite Final Fantasy game. Like this was an expansion tailor-made for me, and these expansions are largely like games in and of themselves. They're continuing the story, but if you take it into like the world of like a Final Fantasy 10-10-2 or 13 and 13-2 and Lightning Returns, like these have just been 5 games in the Final Fantasy 14 saga. And this one is such a beautiful wrap up of everything up to this point. It's kind of the culmination of the story they've been telling so far for the last 10 years. And was just such a joy. immediately diverges from like where the story it was going that I was expecting it to go, like very early on, and then you kind of go into some wild places. And I was like, I don't know if they're going to pull this off, and then they pull it off, and it was really cool and really incredible. And then it just kind of leads into like these like a series of like, hey, this is a celebration of the last 10 years. So we're going to give you like payoffs to, moments from, 8 years ago to, like all of your favorite characters are going to get highlights. We're going to do the thing. We're going to do basically the Avengers Portals moment of like, we're bringing everybody back to like help you with these battles in fun and engaging ways. And it's just a wonderful, it just enjoyable time to kind of cap off this decades long story that they've been telling, while also sowing a little bit of seeds for where the story may go next. There's still like, this is not the end of these characters. This is just the end of this chapter of their story. And yeah, there's just a lot of joy and a lot of fun to that. So with that, I will throw it to you, Cam, to we don't need to dive crazy deep into the lore like you and I did the other night, but yeah, tell us your favorite elements or highlights of this and why it's your number one.
Endwalker changed a lot for me. Final Fantasy XIV is my favorite game of all time. It has dethroned Tetris Effect, which never in a million years would I think would have happened, but Tetris Effect, as amazing and incredible as it is, I have literally 2 copies of the soundtrack right above my head. There is something incredibly special about Final Fantasy XIV, and it's not just what I played this year, it's what I have also observed. I've known for a very long time that the Final Fantasy XIV community is usually like one of the best online communities out there, between kindness, camaraderie, and patience, especially with new players. And also just loving this game and loving the game and the community and everybody on the development team. Like the fan fests are often not just fan festivals, but they are celebrations of the team itself. And it was amazing to see this year so many people try Final Fantasy XIV for the first time. Not just Trevor coming back to it, but also like bigger streamers coming in and bringing a lot of appeal to the game, to the point where, like, right now, I would love to tell you, hey, Frank, Logan, give it a shot. I would love to tell you that. You can't. They had to suspend sales because there's too much congestion of too many people playing the game.
The game,
which is insane,
is
That's
literally
wild.
too successful that they had to stop like letting new people play it
For the
bit.
second
I love
time.
that.
For the second time, they had to stop selling the game. It's an amazing culmination of just technical achievement that they've been able to do. This is running off of an engine that was built for the PS3 era. And what they've done with it, the things they do with this game, it really pushing that technology on this level has been amazing. And like what they will probably continue to do with it is going to be great. But I really look at this game as, especially Endwalker, as a massive culmination, not just of 10 years of storytelling, but also like this rewarding ending or culmination, not ending really, but this culmination of efforts by storytelling people, like the storytelling they've done, the gameplay that they've done, everything on every level is built up. Like, what makes Endwalker so great is that it literally is not resting on its laurels. It's taking everything it's done and building on top of that. They, like, whether it's mechanics, story, music, so many different things they've done on this. And I think Trevor hit the nail on the head for me. I totally had a thought of where I thought the story was going. And then I realized we were in a place of the story that I thought was going to be towards the end of the expansion. And it was literally like the third place you go in the expansion. And you're like, how did we end up here so quickly? Why am I facing this thing for like at this early in the game? Like, what's happening? And for what it does going forward and how it breaks things down and the places it takes you. And you're like, I don't know how this is going to go. And then you're like, oh, it went here and I'm happy that we're here. And it pulled it off in the most spectacular fashion possible. But also seeing the growth of this community, whether it's big streamers, whether it's all these people coming through and really maintaining the heart of, like, the worst possible thing that happens in the Final Fantasy XIV community is a handful of people will annoy streamers by just blowing up their spot when they're in public areas. That's the worst thing they do. Not like mass harassment, not like not being terrible, like just that's the worst thing. They got a bit annoying. And what's crazy about the Final Fantasy 14 team is they're like, well, that's not behavior that we want in our community. And so they started banning the people that were doing it. And then it stopped. And it's like, oh, there we go. Like, immediate action taken to get that taken care of. Like, just every aspect of this game, from the service itself and the game. Like, normally I say games and services shouldn't count for Game of the Year lists because it's unfair to other games. And it is. This is entirely unfair to my prior 9 games of the year. And Walker is bringing in stuff from not just like a prior year. It's bringing in stuff that happened, 10 years ago. It's bringing in stuff that I enjoyed and was blown away by back in 2016, 2017 when I first played the game. Like, it's completely unfair, and I'm sorry, but this is my game of the year. It's my favorite game of all time. And I don't think that there is a better game in existence than Final Fantasy 14. People can fight me on it. I don't care. I'll fight you. I'll throw down. I'll throw hands. I don't care. This is the greatest game that's ever been made. And without getting into too much detail as to why and continuing it on so we can have a concise podcast that is not 3 hours long, because I could talk about it for that long, because Trevor alluded to,
I mean,
I definitely could.
Admit it, like the full version of this podcast is already 3+ hours long. Just the segment that we're recording today, we don't need that to go 3 hours long. So
exactly. But I will say when the game goes on sale again, because yes, for the second time it got taken off of sales. When you have an opportunity, I would say definitely give it a shot, because not only is it just like a really great game that is near and dear to mine, and definitely now Trevor's heart as well. But its success isn't just tied into the game itself, but also the community. But it has something that is so particular and special about it, and I just really need to. And I'll end everything I'm going to say about it here with this. But have you heard of the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy 14? With an expanded free trial, which you can play through the entirety of A Realm Reborn and the award-winning Heavensward expansion up to level 60 for free with no restrictions on playtime?
I mean, you can't do that right now, but yeah, you definitely should when you can do that again.
Frank.
Excellent.
I think it's funny that is the new, like, I told you about Darth Plagueis the Wise?
Yeah.
It's like, have you heard about the free trial for Final Fantasy 14?
Yeah. It was that and the great deal that Game Pass is. Were wonderfully delightful little video game memes that we had last year. So yes, shout out to Final Fantasy 14 and Walker. I look forward to continuing to hop into that game for years to come. They won me over, much like Hitman did, much like, I mean, the other like second chance thing I gave this year, obviously not on my list anywhere, but like Fortnite, I've basically hopped into almost every day for a couple of rounds this last year, and just having fun as a that thing to do as well. So shout out to a year of second chances. Frank, hit us with your number one.
Yeah, so I think you have it down there already, but my number one is going to be Psychonauts 2.
Mm-hmm.
I've been a huge Double Fine fan for a really, really long time at this point, and I love everything they do, and they're just super creative and fun and weird. And I've played all the small games they've done and even some of the bigger ones, and like this is just like some of their best work probably, like, because this is definitely like those crazy imaginative minds, but like with kind of out budget constraints, and without having to like worry about like bills and all this other stressful stuff that I'm sure they had to like always stress about. So they've just been were like let loose to do a lot of whatever they wanted to do, and I think it really shows. And I think it's a really great game. It's a sequel I never thought we'd get. Like, I'm a fan of the first Psychonauts, and it's a really cool idea. It's funny how like playing these in conjunction with like Persona is it's funny because they're both about like going into cognitive worlds that are based off of people's minds. So it's kind of interesting to see how like they tackle it in like different ways. And I think Psychonauts tackles it in a really fun and interesting way, where the levels are always like super cool and creative. And to their like in Psychonauts 2, there's a couple that are my favorites of like this crazy psychedelic level that's just like you're at Woodstock and you're like platforming over crowds of people cheering, and it has like all these crazy psychedelic visuals. And then there's a different one where you're kind of just going between beaches and you're just kind of sailing along water, and it's super kind of like dark and depressing. And there's even one that's kind of like a ride that you're just kind of like going through a Disneyland sort of thing. And it's just super cool how they're able to envision all these different sorts of environments and then tell you stories through that. And what I really particularly liked about Psychonauts 2 is like you get to hear about like this crazy event that's in the past. It's kind of like the Avengers Battle of New York moment of their world. And it's like, you know, honored, and there's like murals and comic books and people talk about how much great it is. But then when you get to meet the people who were there who actually like fought in it, it's like, no, man, that was actually really awful and traumatic, and everyone has PTSD from that moment. And there's so much more that happened there. And then you get to see that like story from like 7 different perspectives in different people's brains. And it's always just like, this is how this person felt about this and like interpreted these things. And I like that it doesn't just beat you over the head with it too. Like it doesn't sit there and give you the words. It's like you're just exploring the level, and there's a lot of scenes that you can find that are even like no dialogue. It's just showing you photos. But you can like by going through 5 photos, you can be like, okay, this is what I'm kind of extracting from what they're trying to tell me. And that's what I think is really cool, is that they're not just beating you over the head with it. Everything's there, but you kind of have to piece a lot of the small things together about like different backstories and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, it's just a super fun and creative game. And what ended up elevating it to my game of the year was just afterwards when I was talking about it with people. And like one of my friends a couple weeks ago was even like, and I'm not going to play it. And I was like, you should play it, and this is why. And then when I was talking about it, I was like talking it up for myself almost, when I was like, yeah, you know what? This is a really fun game that's like surprisingly deep, and it is just funny. Like not all the jokes hit, but there is really funny jokes and just meta jokes of even like games and, you know, weird cognitive world stuff that's like still just super funny. And yeah, like I have a lot of great things to say about it.
Yeah. Psychonauts 2, I've never played the original. And then I hopped in to the original for like a let's play this year, and was like, oh, this feels clunky. It feels outdated. I don't know if I'm gonna stick with this. But the word of mouth on Psychonauts 2 was so good, and obviously it's on Game Pass. So again, to that meme, like it's a great deal. Why not just play it? So I picked it up and dove in, and like immediately fell in love with these characters that, yeah, I don't have the backstory. I don't know the full story of the first Psychonauts, but like Raz is fun. His little crew of people kind of around him, like it doesn't, I never felt like left behind. I never like, if they make a reference to the events of the first game, they kind of like give you enough context so that you know what they're referring to. And there were probably a few things here and there where like, oh, if I'd played the original game, I would have gotten it that much more or something like that. But there was still just so much to enjoy in this story. And the gameplay was great. It was very much kind of like another, excellent entry in the, third person action adventure game that we had this year. Wonderful level design, as you kind of alluded to there, Frank, and not in the like, oh, there's a million ways to do these things like the Hitmans or the Death Loops, but like level design in the spirit of It Takes Two, of like, we're going to plop you down in this world, and there might be a different new mechanic that you're going to have to play around with based on like the new ability that we're giving you in this level or something like that throughout. But it was more so in like the way they use the level to tell the story, both like, consciously and subconsciously. Like the way, I mean, one of the like turning points for me in like thinking, oh, this is like a really, really special game is, you go into this guy's mind, and he's out there alone on an island, and like as you kind of like open up the world and start going to these other islands, there's just all of this like bottle imagery, and you start realizing that this guy basically like drank away his sorrow and suffered in silence through alcoholism, and it's not, they're not making like an overt reference to it. Like he's never talking about like, woe is me, I've suffered, and I had some dark times and I need, Alcoholics Anonymous or whatever. Like they don't put a name to it or whatever, but like you see and you get the sense from the story that the level itself tells you, that like this is what this character is going through, this is how this character dealt with the traumatic events that kind of Frank mentioned earlier, and the PTSD that that character had and dealt with. And yeah, it was just like seeing that, and kind of like immediately understanding this character that much more because of how the level itself, because the conceit of the game is you're in this person's mind, you're seeing the world how they see it in this like abstract way, immediately does more to like ingrain me to that character than a 5-minute monologue scene would. And I thought that was a really special way of kind of telling this story. The like really one of the only like weak elements I would have to say on the game is that I was not a huge fan of the control scheme of, basically you have like 4 abilities that you can have equipped to your shoulder buttons at any time. You can swap out those abilities with the other ones at any given time, but it was much more like I constantly found myself wishing that I just had like a power wheel that I could slow down combat into, because having to go into the menu and then swap out the ability, I was constantly like in need of, in a 10-minute sequence of the game, in need of more than those 4 abilities. So it was almost like always having to do kind of like power management on my abilities was like the slightest bit of a drag on the game overall. But yeah, other than that, just a wonderful story told in a very fun and engaging, in that like Double Fine sensibility kind of way. Yeah, ton of fun in this. It is the last couple of years I've been doing like a like my favorite platinum trophies of the year. This one I played on Xbox, but I did 1000 gamer score it. I did like 100% the game. So it will get like an honorable platinum trophy in that. And just yesterday, for example, I hopped into the PlayStation store and I was like, do I want to buy Psychonauts 2 again just to go through and like 100% it and get the platinum on that and just enjoy that story again? And I do, but I did not pull the trigger on doing it right now because I'm like, I think it'll get slow. I think it'll get, more affordable as time goes on, of course. And I have plenty of other things to be playing and doing right now. I don't need to
like Hitman
go back and immediately hop into that one. But yeah, absolutely, Psychonauts 2, a great game and a very worthy game of the year for you, Frank. Very much. I like, based on how you talked about it and kind of helped sell me on checking the game out and enjoying it, I knew it was going to be in the running there for you. So glad you loved it so much.
I'm glad you enjoyed it after checking it out too, and because I think it is definitely like a highlight for the year. So I hope it doesn't go under the radar for like too many people. And because I'm also with you, I want to get it on PlayStation. I played it on Game Pass, and now I want to get it on PlayStation and just play through the entire game again.
Yeah. All right. Then we'll throw it over to Logan for Logan's number 1, which, if my math is correct, I will also point out, as I predicted like 7 months ago, will end up being the Sights game of the year as well. So let's spend some time talking about this game, Logan.
My game of the year is Emily's Away 3. And it's interesting because, like I already alluded to, it's not necessarily my favorite game of the year. I think definitely I might enjoy more. But I think a little bit like actually Cameron and Trevor's game of the year, I think taken as the culmination of the Emily's Away trilogy of games, Emily's Away 3 is such a perfect capstone to what these 3 games have kind of all been built into, right? We've done a lot of stuff about Emily's Away at that nerdy site, including our conversation we had with Kyle. But whenever I talk about Emily's Away 3, I talk about the series as, these kind of stages of the evolution of relationship you have with Emily, right? Whereas in the first game, you're trying to be with her, right? It is kind of that first crush, first love thing, and you never really end up together, right? And then in Emily's Away 2, right, you actually kind of chase after her for most of the game, and then finally end up with her very briefly, and then it either ends or it continues, but that's a very small, significant part of the game, right? It's about the chase still. Whereas Emily's Away 3 is the first game in the series that is about the relationship, right? Like, it's you two together and balancing that and navigating being in a relationship and also managing friendships and also managing your life outside of that. And it is the first game out of the three that gives you a sense of perspective, right? Your life isn't just Emily or Evelyn, it isn't just your relationships. And it gives you, I think, a context for in high school, it probably wasn't anyway. It shouldn't have been, right? You had those other friends you dealt with. You had schoolwork. You had, your activities you did outside of just who you were dating. And Emily is Away 3 shows you so much of that. There are entire chapters of that game that Emily or Evelyn are very little involved in, right? That it's about your bond with some of those other friends you've had, right? Or people that maybe you're trying to get too close to your girlfriend in question in the game, right? And those dynamics, right? And I think it is so interesting to play through an Emily's Away game that actually takes a few steps back away from Emily, right? It actually takes a few steps back away from the love story dynamic and focuses on just putting you in your senior year of high school, right? And putting you in that time, but putting you in those relationships with your friends and how you navigate all that. I thought it did so well, right? And I've talked before about how it is the Emily's Away game that maybe left me the least emotional after I finished it, right? It was the first one where I felt satisfied, right? And that I did feel largely content with how the game ended, right? Like I wouldn't have changed anything in my playthrough, right? Like I felt okay with it, right? And I didn't end up with Emily still at the end of the game, but for the first time, it was in a vastly different way, right? And it was a way that I felt okay with and I felt comfortable with. And, even if we couldn't be together any longer, I still wouldn't have changed anything, right? And I was still happy with the bonds I had with the other friends throughout that game and the experiences I had even with Emily, right? Like, not all love needs to last forever, right? And it can still be impactful just the same, especially early, high school love like this. And so I think it is the most emotionally mature of the Emily's Away games. I think Kyle did tremendous work on that. Tremendous work on creating the Facebook knockoff and all of the little things you'd forgotten about what Facebook was like in 2009, right? And poking and getting into those wars and reading people's messages,
giving the gifts,
scrolling through it, and gifts and
100%.
Yeah, Facebook just being so different than what it is now, right? And it was so. I didn't realize I needed that nostalgia drip, but I did, and it hit so well, and it was so effective. And even the fact that this whole game is technically a flashback because the game starts off in the present day and then has you go back, in and of itself is a really cool narrative device, right? I just think there's something really special in Emily's Away 3, and the fact that it's the only game that begins and ends with you not talking to Emily but other characters, I thought served as kind of a perfect bookends the fact that this is about something more than just you and Emily, right? And this is kind of trying to remind you and giving you that sense of perspective of your life was more than just the people you dated in high school. So I think it's rad. I think it is super, super, super clever and funny and emotional and real in a way that I think the other ones never had the chance to be even. And I think Emily's Away 3 is just a great game, right? And it being the first one that I played, obviously, while I was in a relationship, and so understanding those currents as well, right? And navigating those balances and how successfully or not successfully you balance trying, a million spinning plates, I loved in the game, right? And it struck on that side of things as well. And so, yeah, I think a little bit like Return of the King won the Oscar that year for kind of the whole trilogy's work. Emily's Away 3 sort of wins the year for all three of the games' work and what they kind of built to here. And yeah, I think it is an incredible achievement. I hope it is the last Emily's Away game. I hope we kind of go constantly do something different from here because it is such a great, I think, kind of culmination and fulfillment of what this series' original vision was. And yeah, I think Emily's Away 3 is fantastic.
Great. Cameron, hit me with your Emily's Away 3 thoughts.
I share a lot of those same thoughts as Logan. For people who may not have listened to prior stuff when I've talked about it, Emily's Way 1 is a game where the only way to win is not to play.
Honestly,
every route ends to a failure in your relationship. A period. There's
Same.
no, and I know this because I have mapped out every potential path in that game. I played that game to the point where I knew where every path led to, and it was never to be with her. And knew. And like, so walking into Emily's Way 2, and it's like immediately like, oh no, yeah, there's a way for you to be together.
Mhm.
And I loved it because it was also the first time that Logan and I had spent a significant amount of time with each other in real
Yeah.
life, is after we'd both played that game.
Yeah.
We were hanging out in San Francisco, and we brought it up, and Logan's like, yeah, I just thought it was really interesting how like they pulled a callback, and like it like, yeah, there's a lot, like you broke the trust in that relationship. And Logan, but also was like, but at the same time I was like, but really like, and I'm like, no, man, you broke that trust. And I loved
That was
it
a great
too.
conversation. Yeah.
That was a great conversation because we both realized we had opposite endings.
Mm-hmm.
And the way that Kyle moved Emily from just kind of being like a general response bot to feeling like real people in Emily's Way 2. And even then, that being then compounded onto what we get with Emily's Way 3.
Yeah.
I will never forget this game because it was the first game that I ever did like an interview for at PAX with. Hanging out with Kyle at the hotel bar as he booted up his laptop and let me play through the first section of the game. And then getting to talk to other people who also had appointments with him later on, and just comparing notes about like how that game was shaping up. And then, that was my, I gave that my first ever award for a game of a show.
Mm-hmm.
I gave that to Kyle. There's a photo somewhere out there of the two of us, of me handing it over to him. Back when I was with HP. And then for like the following thing, then being like when Emily's Way 3 came out, and he hit me up and said, hey, codes and stuff. And like, here's the guidelines and whatnot. And I was like, cool. And we talked about it internally, and I did an entire Let's Play series about it, and Let's Play review of it as a preview. I remember recording those episodes, editing those episodes together. I just last week I stumbled upon the folder that has my philosopher cutout that I did for the like I cannot believe that this is the culmination of Western society, like making fun of my decisions. Just like being a really, really great time, and having such an amazing time with that game as I was playing through it chapter by chapter, and then getting to do the roundup with Kyle himself, and like talking about like what this game actually is about. And it's amazing that like everybody has the same initial reaction to the character Matt. And Matt being like the really big surprise of this game, being like, actually, your point of your high school wasn't your relationship as far as like who you dated. It's who you surrounded yourself with, both whether you were dating them or not. And Matt being a definitive point for that, being like, oh, who's the person who always ends up at your side no matter what? Mm-hmm. Like, who has your back no matter what? Like, who's always there for you? And the answer is Matt. And it's like, it's such a great opportunity to explore this relationships of these games. The relationships in these games. And Kyle just outdoing himself 10 times over for this last one. And I really cannot emphasize how much I love it. It's my number 2 game of the year. It would have been number 1 otherwise, if I stuck to my rules. But like, I really just can't emphasize enough how incredibly special this game is. Yeah. The series as a whole, but also this game in particular, because I didn't expect myself to stand up for myself at the end of my relationship with Emily. Mm-hmm. I kind of expected myself to do what I've done in prior relationships, which is, yeah, totally friends, still be friends. Yeah, that's totally cool. But I found myself like looking at it, reflecting on my past, my own personal past, but also looking at this relationship and being like, I've let you dictate like the rules of our relationship. And even if I said I was uncomfortable, I still let some things slide, but I can't do this. Like you don't get to have this, and it's not how this is supposed to work. And now I've questioned the entirety of our relationship in this moment. But at the same time, that being the ending I got, compounded with the reaction of other people, and then the actual, like, quote unquote, the actual real ending that you get, no matter what, is phenomenal. I can't speak highly enough of this game. Yeah. Go out there, play it, buy it. watch our let's plays of it if you want. Trevor let's play the entire saga.
This is easily the game we have the most content of on our YouTube because we have 2 full playthroughs, me and Cameron, in doing each chapter, and then we have our spoiler cast of the game as well as our that news you care about, like the me, Logan, and Cam talking with Kyle Seeley about the game. There's a ton of Emily is Away 3 stuff out there for you to consume from that nerdy site.
Fitting for the game of the year for the site.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Like it's like a big surprise. The game they gave the most coverage to is the game of the year for the site. Just can't emphasize that enough. I loved it. And I loved sharing this experience with all of you guys.
Yeah.
Great.
Frank, anything to add there?
Agreed.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with pretty much everything that y'all have already said. Like, I think this was a super special game, and you after the conversation that's been happening, I was almost like, should I put it higher? Like, I was definitely tempted to. Part of what kept it back a little bit for me is that it is the third one, and I think Logan made a good argument of why that makes it extra special. But for me, it was almost a little bit of like, okay, well, we've been here. We've kind of played the game. We've been a real like the first one blew me away because it was like nothing I had ever seen before.
Mm-hmm.
But what I really enjoyed about this one in particular is the time setting and the time period it's set in, because for me and me being a little bit younger, like I wasn't on it. My sister was, and I remember her being on it, and I understand the nostalgia and I understand how well the game, the original Emily is Away, nailed it. But I was on Facebook in this time, and I remember coming home from school and I would just throw my backpack across the room and ignore all the homework I had to do, and I would get online and like get on YouTube and we would send each other links and like dumb videos and music and all kinds of stuff. And like you would do the thing too where like kind of like in the game where you just see who's online and you end up talking to people that like you would never talk to, but it's just because you'd be like, yeah, this dude's online at the same time I am right now, and then you're chatting with 4 people at the same time in those little like right hand windows, and like it was super nostalgic for me. And then even like you guys said too, like going back and the things you just didn't think about, like the GIFs. And like I haven't thought about giving someone a digital gift on Facebook in forever, and like that. But it's like, oh man, that's so crazy that was just a thing, and we did that all the time.
For me, it's the list. Like when I saw the list, I was like, oh my gosh, I wrote so many lists for my Facebook page.
Yeah, or the surveys.
The surveys.
Which of these 100 books have you read? Yeah, kind of thing. Yep.
No, I'm
so good.
That was it. Yeah, I would just sit there and fill those out, and like it's such a fun nostalgic thing to like go back and do that in the game and just be able to relive some of these moments. And it is all just like so accurate and so real. And even when it's like, hey, here's this video, and you click on a link and I'm like, oh man, like people in the past sent me this link, or I was sending this to people as a joke, like with even music or with whatever. And like I even loved, to I think Logan's point too, I love that it's blown up past Facebook, and it is like the operating system, and it is like YouTube, and it is like all these other old platforms that back when the internet wasn't just like 4 apps and we actually used to go to different websites. And like it's just a fun thing, and that it really hit me in like a really special way, especially early in the game when I'm like trying to get into this relationship where I'm like pacing around in my room with my coffee cup, like watching the dots. And then it's like, oh, no, now she's deleting. Shit. Oh, I said the wrong thing. Like it was like, it put me right back in the exact same way I was like back in the day, and just remembering the excitement and like the anxiety that I get a lot from because of that. But it's like, that's why I'm like, it's a super special game. And yeah, I'm excited to see whatever Kyle does in the future, whether it's more Emily or whatever else he can come up with, because I think he's super creative, and just like, it's really impressive how he's able to nail these time periods and just make it feel like how exactly like how it was back then.
Okay, so did anybody else but like, because I'm sure I did it during my Let's Play, but during when she's deleting she's like deleting after typing deleting, and you're just like, just say it. I'm like, just say it. Emily, just say it, okay?
I mean,
I was freaking out. I was like, that's not good.
When we were like, we know that now in hindsight, but like when we were
bated breath,
18,
right? Like
18 years old or whatever, like we weren't like we were freaking out about it, but we're not like yelling and saying like, oh come on, like just say the thing, or what. Like there is definitely a level of like I don't think I can accurately put myself in the shoes of like how 18-year-old Trevor would have like dealt with some of those situations or whatever. As much as like absolutely the game like just perfectly nails the nostalgia elements of it. I've lived too much of a life to be able to go back to how stupid I handled some of those things back in the day, or how how oblivious I would have been to certain things. So like seeing that is, I mean, it's the same way of like, the seeing like 3 dots on a text message or something is kind of the evolution of that like now. But like back in the day it was like, oh, okay, like I'm just sitting here patiently waiting to see what they're gonna say, kind of thing. Yeah.
I'm not even kidding though. I was legit up like pacing around. I like, but that's how it would have been back then too, because that's just who I am with like my anxiety and stuff. But I'm just like but that was what blew me away about it, is that it made it feel so real, where like if I felt like I was there in it and like having the same reaction I would have had back then, even though I probably handled it better and it was more fun to go through because it's a game and it was like, yeah, there's no consequences. You can just turn it off if you need to.
Yeah. On the vein of kind of like it's not just Facebook, it is kind of the whole ecosystem. I don't know how much you guys dug into like the Easter eggs that he's kind of planted in there, but like there's basically like an IGN spinoff page that you can go into, or and you can play like a knockoff Farmville game, and like he just had so much fun kind of exploring the other things of the time, like the other big popular sites, like the one where you could basically like post anonymous things where like that, and people would just go and kind of read like people's anonymous confessions and stuff like that. I don't remember what the actual site was, but like in his version he's kind of got it labeled in his achievements as post unknown. And just like, yeah, he so effortlessly, except I'm sure it's not effortless. It feels effortlessly, but I know he puts like a ton of like time and thought into
time and work,
examining these things. But like the way he just hones in on that specific time, he did a great job with it in the AIM kind of setting, and the feeling of that level of nostalgia, and like the Facebook era that he kind of hones in on here is that to the extreme, and it is absolutely like a brilliant distillation and culmination of the things he'd set up in those 2 earlier games. And yeah, very much the fact that this one is not about the chase of Emily, but it is about like being in that relationship and what that year of school is like. And as I think Cameron and I think are the ones that played the game multiple times and saw like other endings.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I've only done it the once.
Right. And doing that and going to kind of what you said, Logan, of like the first ending I got where, you don't end up with Emily or whatever, versus kind of like making very different decisions with Emmers in my second playthrough to the point that we did end up together. Like we end up together, but I know it's built around like a distrust, because that's the only way that you can get kind of that ending, is by doing some shady shit that I'm not proud of, kind of thing. Ends up making the ending where you don't end up with Emily that much more satisfying, and obviously like I had this lowest of the team because it was my number 10 here, but that doesn't take away from like my enjoyment and my love for this game. There is an element of like, if it hadn't rung too close to home in some of its elements there at the end for like how my last relationship dissolved.
I feel that,
I remember you talking about that.
It might have gone even higher, but like there will always be a sense of like sad bitterness to this game, because I've experienced that, where like your partner kind of falls in with somebody else and falls out with you, but isn't forthright enough to kind of like confess that to you, is a very real emotional like trigger for me, effectively. And so like there's a bit of me that like is that carries that disdain of Emily, of like my real life Emily, into the game and into those moments as I think about kind of the end of that game. And I can appreciate now, some 5-6 years on from how that relationship ended, I've grown and can absolutely realize that that's for the best. And so like there's an element of like, yeah, it clearly wouldn't have worked out because of that element, but also because we were 18 and clearly not like actually communicating with each other, only communicating with each other through Facebook, in a way. So, yeah, it hit too well on some of the nostalgia for me. But ultimately, yeah, it's still a wonderful game.
Yeah.
And I very much am kind of in the same vein as like, I'm very eager to see what Kyle does next. And I will be incredibly too happy if it isn't a Emily is Away kind of game. Like he even has like little teasy Easter eggy kind of thing of like Emily is Away 4D or whatever in within the Easter eggs that he's kind of hidden littered throughout the face note.
I think I remember us asking about that, and I think he said that was just like a joke.
Oh yeah.
So
Because he also has it like in the terms of service that you know accept before playing the game, kind of thing of like, you know, you're foregoing any rights to Emily is Away 2, Emily is Away 3, Emily is Away 4D, and like, you know, I think he has a couple other, you know, joke mock entries in there stuff. But yeah, my desktop is still the like the pixelated version of like the Windows like green hill with clouds. I still have that as my desktop that I downloaded for Emily is Away 3. So it's constantly kind of like in my life, in my presence in my life, even if you know, it wasn't my game of the year, but I fully, you know, respect it being Logan's, and yeah, as we will kind of dive into, it is ultimately the site's game of the year. But before we do the rankings, I want to open up the floor to any last thoughts there on Emily is Away 3.
Cameron, do you want to go first?
yeah, sure. Only real thought I want to end with is fuck Jeff.
Strong
You
thought.
rat Jeff, you rat fuck.
Yeah, and
Hope
fuck
you burn
Steve.
in hell. Fuck Steve too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got Steve because
Fuck
I'm an Evelyn guy. I like the punk
Yeah.
girl. So, but fuck Steve.
Yep.
Fuck
There you
Steve. Fuck Jeff. You both know who you are. You rat fucks.
There you go. I love it. The only thing I wanted to say left is I also loved the fact that this game's like time period and setting synced up with mine almost exactly, right? Like it takes place like the
Close,
08-09 school year, and first senior year, my senior year was 09-10, so I was just off by a year. So like it also like pretty much synced up exactly right. So like that's also why I think it was such a good nostalgic hit as well.
Yeah, for me in particular, I was 07-08. So
yeah,
once
so we were
again,
each just
Yeah.
either side of it.
Yeah. It was what theoretically would have been like the tail end of my college experience. But as I've said, I think in the past, like AIM for me was much more of like a middle school thing. And I feel like I was probably still doing it into high school, but not in the way that like the first two Emily is Away games are. So this much more hit like the formative years of like me actually like online flirting with girls and stuff like that was much more in like the Facebook realm, because ASU was one of the first schools to get AIM outside of Harvard, or Facebook outside of Harvard. So like I was very early on in like the, you know, I think either late 2003 or early 2004, which was my first year of college, was like my Facebook era. So yeah, like so much more of that resonated with me compared to the like the earlier AIM stuff. But yeah, solid stuff all around there. So let's run through, now that we have kind of everything here. I've tallied the results. Our top 10 games of the year as a collective site. We ultimately have across our 4 top 10 lists, not counting our honorable mentions and stuff, we had 26 games total among the 4 of us. So that's 16 honorable mentions. And our number 10 game of the year with 10 points, with 9 points. And because it was only me that played it, I dropped it below the other 9-point scoring game. And that is Life is Strange True Colors, was our number 10.
Easily would be higher once more of us play.
Exactly, yeah.
Just guaranteed.
Our number 9 game of the year, with points from both Frank and myself, Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart at number 9. We have
also would be higher.
a 2-way tie for 7, and that is Resident Evil Village with points from Frank and Logan.
There you go, Frank.
And It Takes Two with points from me and Logan. Came in with 10 points total.
Yeah.
Our number 6 game of the year, with points from me and Frank as well, with 11 points total, is Artful Escape. Number 5, also led by the points from me and Frank, Psychonauts 2, with 17 total points. Number 4, as the joint number 1 between Cameron and I, Final Fantasy 14 Endwalker comes in at 20 points. Then we get to our number 3 game of the year, Hitman 3, tallied up to 21 total points by myself, Cameron, and Logan. Number 2, also by 3 players with a total of 23 points. Again, Trevor, Cameron, and Logan, is Deathloop. And as we've alluded to and touched on, our number 1 game of the year, for the 3rd year in a row, the only game on our list that all 4 people played, continuing the Borderlands and Ghost of Tsushima trends of the prior years. Emily is Away 3 wins with 27 points collected among
It's a great game.
all 4 of us. Our number 1 game of the year. Congrats, Kyle Seeley.
Yes.
And shout out to me predicting that back in like May or whatever. We did a game of the year so far list. The breakdown of that, kind of in terms of like how many games on like our individual lists made up this top 10. That was 4 games from Cameron. The top 4 games from Cameron of Emily's Away, Deathloop, Hitman, and Endwalker. Both Frank and Logan have 5 games appearing on the list, and me, unsurprisingly, because of how many times I had to kick the conversation down the line on this episode, I had 9 games on the list. The only one that does not match my own top 10 game of the year list is Resident Evil Village. Shout out.
That's not a very Trevor game.
It's exactly. And so the one game from my list that did not make our ultimate top 10 was Forza Horizon 5 there. So shout out to those games.
Absolutely.
As well as all of our honorable mentions,
Great collection of
everything
games.
else we have celebrated across these hours. That I believe is going to do it for this episode. Wonderful year of gaming. Lots of great selections there in 2021. So, if anything jumped out that you're like, hey, I should go check those games out, they're probably cheaper for you now. So yeah, definitely go check those games out. Or check out Final Fantasy 14 Endwalker when you can buy it again, because that is, of course, absurd. So that is going to do it for this extra long episode. Thank you for joining us, everybody. Let's go around the metaphorical table with any plugs we might have. You can follow Cameron at Rev Cabot. Anything you want to give a shout out to there, Cam?
Yeah, sorry, I think I cut out there for a minute.
A little bit, yeah.
Massive shout out I want to give over to the Uppercut team. They have been putting out the letters for Game of the Year that they do every year, and some of our friends, Moise Tavares, Jarrett Green. I don't know why I always call him Jarrett John.
Because it's his Twitter handle.
Yeah. Whether it's Moises, Jarrett, the staff over there, they are all celebrating some of the best games that came out this year. Go check them out. As well as, of course, just anywhere else that you see Game of the Year stuff, go give it a massive shout out, because it takes a lot of effort to put some stuff together for that. So,
yep. You can follow Frank at Irrelevant Jokes. Anything you want to give a shout out to there, Frank?
Yeah, just a quick shout out to, I don't want to steal anyone else's plug, but I'll give a shout out to That Bond show, because I was listening to the From Russia with Love episode before we were recording.
Hell yeah, Frank, absolutely.
I was doing errand or like stuff around the house, and I just had it on in the background, but there's some fun stuff there. One thing I did think was funny, I meant to say it before we were recording, but I love that you had the same realization I did about how many things from Austin Powers are literally just lifted, like the fight scene and stuff, where you're like, yeah, we get it's a parody, but they literally just one for one took stuff, and it's like really funny. But yeah, I think it's a fun trip down, especially maybe even if you haven't seen Bond, it's probably still worth checking out. So I just recommend people check out that fun time.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Frank. You can shout out. You can follow Logan at Lefty Logie. Anything you want to give a shout out to there, Logan?
I will, of course, echo Frank's shout out for That Bond show. It's been a ton of fun to do with Trevor these first peek behind the curtain. We've done 5 episodes we've recorded, 2 are live now. And yeah, I'm excited to do more, excited to bring on Cameron and Frank at some point in time with some of these future episodes as well. Very, very exciting. And it's also been fun to do the written reviews for these as well and get to kind of stretch my writing skills again. And the other thing I just want to shout out is just the Game of the Year content in general. We've done, 4.5 hours of a podcast, maybe 5, honestly. Also going to be written top 10s for all this as well. And yeah, it's a ton of fun. And I am always lucky and honored to do it with you 3 fine folks. Love you all very much. So I'll give a shout out to all of that as well.
Excellent. You follow me at Trevor J. Starkey, and I'll kind of echo all these shout outs. Definitely, shout out to our friends over at Uppercut and our friends kind of across the the internet space who've been doing top 10 stuff
galaxy
themselves. 6-1 Indie, kind of funny, obviously, as well.
Point in progress.
Point in progress, yes. Shout out to that Bond show. It's been a fun trip so far.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun.
Shout out to the Game of the Year content in whatever other forms it will be appearing on the site, kind of as companion pieces to this extra long bonus length episode podcast. And then just a shout out to the fact that I'm going to get to see all y'all faces here in a couple days time, because we're taking a fun little
real close.
fun little trip over to Disneyland, the 4 of us. So little boys trip over to the Disneyland, and I mean, assuming it stays open, who knows what's going on with Omicron? But that is
you mean Deltacron?
Sure, a fun thing that we'll have to look forward to here in this coming week. So shout out to all that fun goodness. You follow all of us over at That Nerdy Site, or go to thatnerdysite.com for all the latest content from us, including all of the Bond show and Bond reviews, and again, all of the Game of the Year or other of the year stuff that we will have going up on the site in the weeks to come. Once again, if you liked what you heard, please like, rate, review, share, subscribe, all that fun stuff, comment, do whatever the engagement gods request of you for the algorithms. Thank you for listening, especially if you stuck it through this entire episode. Always appreciate it. And it's always fun, doing these super long ones where we just dive into all the games we loved last year. As always, stay nerdy and be good to each other.